this is the night before Tammy is murdered, correct? We'll start right here with what Tara is saying, right at 11 p.m. on the 4th.
You want to go back and look? I want to leave you. I want to leave. He says, right now. She says, I'm sick of this. Let's just go. He says, you want to pack, right? He's taking to school tomorrow. What if we did it really early in the morning? She says before that. She said, I just want my makeup stuff stuck in this. So, she said, if you stay awake, you make it up to you. She said, yeah, that's fine. She said, we're smoking. Go on stage and fucking do something. We did last night. So I'm going to do it and stay up. You slept. Tired. You did right without again. So I didn't smoke enough and I wouldn't watch it on Saturday. Well, keep yelling at me, talking like that, when I'm the only one to do like that. So tell me where we're going first shit. He says Illinois, Carolina, and Damien, and a little bit to 3 days later we go to the street. He says I was trying to get home earlier and you said that we just do it. And I was asking for fucking steak. You did? No, I couldn't do it. She said, okay. He said, you could ask if someone got a street across the steps of cash or one of those. He said, hey, right there. Maybe that her right.
Now, I want to stop right there. Throughout these messages, do Aaron and Uriah, Tara and Uriah believe there's other people at home?
Something.
And what do they think is occurring? What are they talking about?
Her going in there.
And at some point, do they also discuss believing they can hear multiple people in the meeting room?
Yes.
And from the investigation and from being at the home and looking at the case overall, was there ever any evidence someone else was in the home that night? Is it fair to say this is what you're talking about with the talk a lot? Right. So, Peter, what time stamp would this be? Almost midnight on the 4th? And this is, it looks like to me, screenshot, correct? And what's being discussed? I mean, you can generalize it. And this is prior And for most of this is them talking about thinking there's someone else in the house?
Yes.
Okay. At about 12:30 a.m. on the 5th, what does Uriah say?
I did fent again.
From your training experience, what is fent?
Fentanyl.
And then these next images are coming from whom?
They're coming from Uriah, South Park email.
And so all of these are coming in right about the 12:30 hour, correct?
Yes.
Is this also a video sent by Uriah?
Yes.
What does it appear as in that video? I can play it again.
Yeah. It's like a firearm. And looks like a firearm and there's some drugs inside that container.
Can we tell what drugs they are, or just through your training experience, they appear to be narcotics?
It looks like it could be meth. What else?
But just to be clear, was that tested, or just from your training experience, that's what it appears to be?
It was not tested. That's just from a training experience.
Okay. Alright, so starting here is this at about 1 a.m. on Wednesday the 5th, correct?
Yes.
What does Uriah say?
You know what? I'm beating the shit out of her when we're done interrogating. Fuck it. Prison with bruises. She reacts to the message with an emoji. And then he says, bones will be broken in prison. Promise. I'll carve a Nazi sign in her forehead and a whore on her face. Don't care. Don't care if I carve a whore across.
Sorry, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
She says his blood pressure would rise so bad he would shake and have his head in his hands when it was a fuck ton stress, which was a lot for her. He says forehead, and she says neither of you can beat the absolute shit out of her, though.
And what does Uriah say?
He says bad. Pistol whipping her too. You said it's cool. And she reacts with an emoji 2 times. And then he responds, well, the smell, and now we know. What the fuck is... She says sigh. He responds, the spoon in her room was black, right? Yes. Any blue burns? Metal, FS. And she responds with a video.
I'm going to press play on the video here. What room does this appear to be?
It's going to be Tammy King's.
And what is that?
Plate of looks to me like marijuana.
And is that the same container we just saw with Uriah the night before the murder?
Yes.
Yeah, do you know what this was again? Oh, this is like, this is right there, right? Yeah, what's that? Okay. No, I was just asking. Yeah, I was having a threesome in, no, actually, like, person in here. Trying to, and here, let's see if I can, I get it. And hearing it for, yeah, I've been hearing this shit for a day. For 3? Oh yeah, because it was taped. I'm gonna watch.
Do they continue talking for a little while?
Yes.
Alright. What timestamp would this be? Right here where the cursor is.
So 7:54, so it'd be the night before again, on February 4th, the night before. Or, I'm sorry. Yes, February 4th.
So if UTC is -6, what timestamp would that be?
5.
Right here.
Oh, I'm sorry, 1.
So it's almost 2 a.m. on Wednesday the 5th.
Yes.
And I apologize, I keep making you do math. What does Uriah say at this point?
You want to go find out with guns and me? She responds, no, not right now. I want to do what we're doing till at least 4 if you want to. And she says, if that's okay. Or okay. All right, I got you, gang. He says, listen to the wall. Someone's walking to Danny's.
And we keep talking for a little bit, correct?
Correct.
What does Uriah say here right about 2 a.m.?
If someone peeks, everyone dies.
At about 2:05, what does Tara say?
Are you gonna do now?
And just following the timestamps, are we still communicating moving into the 3 o'clock hour, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's start here at 3:23 a.m. from Uriah.
He says, can I tell Nanny she knows? She knows. in quotes, I have an AR pre-aimed at the door. She says, no, they might run. She says, I want to stick to the plan as much as possible. He says, yes, ma'am. Double click, not us. Or song. 2, then 1. Stare at door, listen to wall.
And then do we keep talking about these people that they believe are in the house?
Yes.
So at 4:25 a.m., what does Uriah tell Tara?
She's texting me.
And then he says at 4:25?
You want to blackmail her and fix the relationship? What do I say? She says, we both talk. We're both trying our hardest. I will understand you better. I will listen. I will stop letting my emotions affect. He says, what do I do? What do you... Just over on it. Not ours, y'all's. What do you mean fix it? She says, I will fix the way I speak to you and I will fix how I react. He says, we will fix ours, I know that. What about hers? What do you mean let me fix it? She says, what have you told her? No, I didn't say that. He said, he responds with the screenshot.
So who is it that the screenshot shows Uriah is texting?
The grandmother, the Tammy King.
Okay. And what is that conversation?
Want me to read it out?
Yeah.
How many adults are in that house with Aaron? Why are you asking? Because she hears 2 women and a man. That's B. Is that a freaking TV on? How would I know? What is she saying in person? That there's multiple voices and people in the house. She's saying she's not saying nothing to you. I'll talk to her. Has she even been to bed, Percy? Yes, she woke up and texted me.
And this is at 4:26 a.m. that Uriah is texting Tammy King, correct?
Correct.
And we know from his messages with Tara, he's actually in the house, correct?
Correct.
And then we see him and Tara go back to talking, correct?
Yes.
What does Uriah say at 4:29 a.m.?
I'm going to kill all of us. I swear to God. She says, baby, stop. And he says, I listen to you. She says, baby. And he responds, and now I'm in the wrong. What the fuck? Faux-eyed foe. She says, no, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He says, check your door. She says, I didn't know I said that. I'm sorry. She says, it's done. Fine. Not done. But.
And then do we keep talking again?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And we see a couple messages about when I tweak. From your training experience, what does tweak mean?
When someone's high.
I want to move forward to 4:33 a.m. What does Uriah say?
I'm killing her at 5. No problems. Easy house till ride, right? She says, baby, no killing her, please. He says, okay. Blackmail. You don't say shit when we go in. Listen to the wall. Now. She says, I won't say anything. He says, doing? She says, I looked because I heard something. He says, so she's out and in her room? Those taps? Not me, not you. She says, she's in the room. Okay. Sweet. Come here. How do I blackmail? Take her phone so she doesn't call the cops, and when we're done, what? She says, wait till she's done freaking out, threaten her to...
Sorry.
Wait till she's done freaking out, threaten her to show us where everything is. And he responds, blackmail? Where do we keep our shit? Not here. No one we know or trust. He says, no ride. Turn your AC on. Fan 2-3. Fan 2-3. Bro, what? She says, it's on 3. Then AC up, we're on. He says, damn. It's hot. Or I'm pissed. I can't hear you. Why look in my direction this early in the morning? Fuck you want me to do for 20 minutes? She says, can you come up so you can cool off? The AC will be facing you. He says, sure, 1 second, sweetheart. Come here.
Do we go back to talking?
Yes.
Alright, so we're moving into the 6 o'clock hour on the 5th, correct?
Correct.
And what does Tara say?
She says, all times I'm going to pretend to sleep. Like she comes in here, wakes me up, and I just sleep in. If that sounds good. He says, yeah. 6 chargers, sorry. She says, it's okay, baby. Hide phone light, dim screen, dimmest it. She says, dimmest it goes. She says, I love you. He says, I love you too. And he says, turning phone off. She says, okay. She says, I'm sorry, last thing do. I respond when she wails. She says, I'm sorry, last thing I do. I respond when she wakes. She has it in.
Okay. And now we go back to random texting again, correct?
Correct.
And we're still talking about what Nanny is doing.
Correct.
Alright. At 6:21 a.m., what does Uriah say?
I'm keeping her kidnapped. Till we got a ride. She says, what if Terry comes over? Like to check. I'm sorry, we would have her phone and can text. She responds with emoji. She says, I want to do that. He says, yetter. Door. She says, it's good, the door. She says, it's safe still.
And we go back to kind of these same sorts of text messages you've been sending all night, correct?
Correct.
Alright, at 6:39 a.m., what does Uriah say to Kara?
We will handle it if she comes in, I kill her. She says, she's about to be back. He says, okay, be ready. She says, can I blackmail her on drugs? He says, not yet. She says, what do I do about her coming back and forth? He says, say you're addicted to painkillers. I'm sorry. It says, say you're addicted to painkillers and jerking off all night. How the fuck I do sleep with a psycho like you?
Okay. And then we go back to kind of the same sort of messages, correct?
Correct.
What does Tara say at 6:43 a.m.?
Don't shoot at all unless she lays hands or something. She says, please. He says, I won't shoot unless she gets close. He says, block that shit back up. The fuck she on him. Put more there. And she says, okay, good. Can I turn big light off and turn lamp over here on?
Does it sound like they're talking about things inside wherever they are?
Yes.
Alright. At almost 7 a.m., what is Uriah sending?
Nanny thinks I'm on her side. LMAO. Manipulate the manipulator. She says, seriously, LMAO. I can't get words out. What the fuck? I'm sorry. He says, don't open it. She says, I'm not. I'm scared. He says, just throw Salem through whatever gap there is. She says, so I am very good. Now, he says, now if you can. She says, she's just flipping over. She doesn't go out at all. She says, serious. It sounds like she's just giving up. He says, good. Pile more shit. She says, okay.
And then we kind of go back to more messaging, correct?
Correct.
So at almost 7 a.m., we have another screenshot from Uriah, correct?
Correct.
And what is him and Tammy's conversation?
If you're texting her, leave her alone so she can get ready for school, because if she misses the bus, Percy, all hell's going to break loose around here. I haven't texted her once. What'd she do? Not wanting to get up. The cops won't really do anything to you for it, will they? I thought that was bullshit, the school says. Yes, I can get in trouble for her not going to school. Actually, what the fuck? That's not your fault, though. No, it's my responsibility. She's under 18 to get her ass up to go to school. She just don't want to effing go. I'll let her know how to behave. She needs those credits.
And then what does he say at 7 a.m.?
She's about to die. Don't worry. Blood pressure being threatened. She can't take it.
And then what does Tara say?
If she genuinely is about to go psycho, then do it all now. But if she doesn't act as crazy as her craziest, then don't do anything. He says, yes, ma'am. I mean, she told me it's about to happen. He says, what else do I do, LMAO? Kidding. She says, I know, LMAO, but maybe she won't be too crazy. He says, I'm going to see what she does. She says, ask her what she's going to do. He says, then we confront her immediately after.
And just tracking the time, this is 6 a.m. on Wednesday the 5th, correct?
Correct. She says, if you want and can. He says, what time do I say the bus leaves? She says, I'm not sure. Did you hear her go back to her room? She says, if so, they say 6:05. He says, I did. He says, what'd she say?
And she said, I should call the cops on your ass. He says, don't do anything. She says, okay, bitch, what they have to say about your med pills. She says, I'm that. She says, I promise. He says, you're just missing the bus. He says, that's all. Yell at her, they won't do anything, idiot. She says, can I said they won't do anything, you're addicted to painkillers. He says, open the door. Yes, say that. This is why. He says, she's addicted and jerks off all night. She says, please no. He says, never mind, to the door. She says, okay. She says, I will say this. And he says, and that's why you can't sleep and she's insane. Don't open the door anymore. Put in pants, bro. Put on pants, please. He says, if the cops get here, just go to the living room so I don't get seen. I'll do something. Promise. But no cops are here. You're sober. She's insane and addicted to pills and fucks all night. She says, can I mention the foursome I keep hearing that day? She says, because that was fucking awful. Do I sit on the edge of the bed? He says, she's trying to get you out of your room. He says, don't go. She says, I'm not going. He says, do not go. He says, file more when you hear the door or something. She says, okay. He says, bus is down there right now. You'll be safe or figure this out soon.
Let me go back to messaging a little bit more, correct?
Yes.
All right. At 6:12 a.m., what does Uriah say?
Want me to go now with the AR? No, she's probably on the phone later. She says, I don't know what to do. What the fuck? I can't go to my dad's. She says, they don't even have the money, bro, and I'm supposed to live with him till like 18.
Do you know how old Tara was at this time?
Don't recall, right?
Does 17 sound about right?
Yes.
What does Uriah say after that?
Yeah, I know. When do you want to go interrogate? She says, when I know she's not going to be okay, I promise.
Is that middle typically a phrase for on the phone?
Yes.
What does Uriah there?
He says, she's calling the school and telling them you don't want to go. Okay. IFY. I got you. She says, are you sure that's okay? He says, she's finna yell about the room and shit too. Watch out. What's okay? Question mark. She says, fuck. Like when I want to go, like when I want to interrogate. I mean, interrogate, take phone and pills, whatever we can.
And just to be clear, Tammy's phone was not located inside the house, correct?
Correct.
Where was Tammy's phone located?
That was located at the 310 Houston Avenue, League City, Galveston County.
Which we know is right by the apartment complex Tara and Uriah were at.
Correct.
We continue talking for a little while, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At 6:18 a.m., what is Tara saying?
She says, when we get her phone, we will text everyone and say something like, I've dealt with her already. You don't need to come down here and pick her up. He says, I got you. Don't worry. Easy wins.
Let's move on down to 6:22. What does Tara say?
He says, should I text Mal and tell her to please not come get me? And I'm super fucking depressed and my mental state is awful right now. She's been genuinely having people over at night. I literally hear them and me talking to my wall. And when I confront her, she ignores it and acts like she has no idea what I'm talking about. When I have seen them and that I block my door in because I'm scared of her, I do not want to leave. I need a break and tired. I'm exhausted. She won't help with my mental health or anything.
Now, from your training and experience, is narcotics use something that can make somebody feel paranoid?
Yes.
All right, at 6:30 a.m., what does Uriah say?
6:30, he says, your grandma's going to be held kidnapped first. She says, I don't know, just need to get out of here. Get out of here. He says, door soon, maybe front or she's pacing. He says, yeah, LMAO, throw that away, that's her flowers. Wait, sit there. What's it sound like? I know you're overwhelmed, I'm sorry, but please be quicker. She says, okay, what if Terry banned them come or my dad come anyway? Do I just explain what's going on?
And are we back to just kind of messaging again?
Yes.
Okay. And then we're at 6:43 a.m. Tell me what Tara says.
Because what if family starts looking for her or some over, even though we text everything's fine? He says, she's only getting kidnapped, not killed. We good. She says, I know, reacts to the message. He says, I hear her, I think. I want to end her. She says, me too. He says, I'm so fucking gone. I'm not here. It's insane. She says, Remy, I asked Remy and killing and everyone. She says, ride. What the fucking...
Some typos.
Some, yeah.
And then we kind of go back to more messaging.
Yes.
At almost 7 a.m., what is Tara saying?
She says, I really need help bad. Do you have a car? We need to be driven to Illinois and then Wyoming. We will give you anything you want, please. We have money we can give you. We need to get away from my house. My grandma is insane. She does meth and heroin and brings creeps that peep into my room and meth dealers to my house to have sex with them. Please, if you can, we need a ride. We have gas money too.
Did y'all, from your knowledge, did you locate any heroin in the home?
Not to my knowledge.
And to your knowledge, did you find any other items that looked like narcotics besides that bowl we talked about earlier?
To my knowledge, no.
What does Tara say after she sends that message?
What I want to say, is that good? I have not sent. He says maybe. What do I do? She says, baby, you're okay. 7, right?
And this is about 7 minutes before 7, correct?
Yes. He says, I know, but why shelter? She says, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying. They can't force me to just, go. We will be okay, I promise. She says, are you okay? Can I grab trash bags? Baby, should I go confront her? Baby, please, can we do this together? I can't do this alone. And he says, I'm here. She says, should I go? Look, I promise you're okay. I need you. Please don't leave me alone. You can just sit there awake. I don't mind, please. I need you, though, please. He says, what's up? She says, I need you here with me. Please don't pass out. I'm begging. And he's gibberish and says, my mistake. She says, you can smoke. I can help you. Please just wake up. I need you. I promise I won't fall asleep anymore when you need me. I'm not meaning to cry or freak out. And he's
some gibberish.
Gibberish, he's texting. He says, I promise I won't pat out. I'm sorry. Okay, it looks like T.I. He says, I'm just stressed. I don't know. She says, it's so scary and stressful. He says, in sorry.
Do we kind of continue going back and forth with this?
Yes.
Okay. At 7:20 a.m., what does Tara say?
If she's not on the phone, what do you want to do? I'm getting trash bags. Here. He says, okay, put all back, please. He says, thank you. She says, okay, it's Goose. He says, thank you. She says, you're welcome, honey. He says, can you hear her out there? She says, sounded like maybe on the phone. He says, bro, I'm awake. Just damn. She says, I can't hear words, just mumbles. He says, this is insane. She says, mumbles. He says, you. She says, she's definitely on the phone, though, or using TTS. I'm committing. He says, dude. He says, ISTG.
Is that typically I swear to God?
Yes. She says, if she randomly comes in here, I can ask her who she called about me and who's coming over, if anyone is. You're going to be okay, honey. He says, no. She said, or he says, the fuck you sound dead. Sus.
What does sus mean?
Like suspect.
What does Tara say at 7:26?
I know I was going to ask if after I ask that and she gives answers, we could interrogate. It's fine if no, just suggestion. I don't know what to do since she called my dad or whatever. We can get an inner with her Vard. Uber with her Vard. Baby. Oh, forgot. He says, calm down. I know. Not far, though. Not enough.
What does Tara say?
She says she has a lot of money on her bank card. Last I saw was $44K. He says, how much right now? She says, she def got more, though. He replies, that's not now. She says, we still have a lot. I know we do because she hasn't started being weird about money. And he says, you can go look if she's on the phone and she isn't, then I rob and interrogate. She says, I love you. He says, I need a big bag. Oh, I'm sorry. I need a big shirt. I love you too, darling.
And we kind of keep talking again, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What does she say at 7:34 a.m.?
I'm going to go check.
Uriah
He
says,
says, don't open it too much. She says, no, not on the phone. And he says, you're sure? She says, yes, it's TikTok. He says, checking living room windows and a lot. She says, okay. So I leave the door cracked. Leave. And he says, leave open. She says, check. He says, tell me when it's fine, then come back. She says, it's safe. He says, when I stand, open the door, make sure it's TikTok. She says, okay. He says, you here? She says, yes. He says, okay, one sec. She says, right outdoor because I can't hear well from inside my door. I go check now. He says, go. She says, yup. He says, is it phone? She says, talk rock. TikTok. He says, let's move to back. She says, yeah, wait till they leave. He says, who?
and what does this mean right here? What's happening?
A call was made.
Between them still?
Between the two of them.
And what does Uriah say at... oh, no, I can't remember.
3.
Go backwards. So we see a jump in time, right? So here we're at 7:39 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, when we get here and he says, let's move to the back, what time is this?
That's
It's 11:45, sounds right.
yes.
So we've jumped from 7 a.m. to 11:45 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Uriah states, let's move to the back.
Yes.
And what does Tara say?
Yeah, wait till they leave. He says, who? And this is the phone call.
Okay. And then at 1:20 p.m., what does Uriah say?
Murder charges go through every state with a warrant.
And then?
Give no one our location ever. She says, I'm not, don't worry. He says, thank you. Your phone isn't tracker. She says, no, it's not. Isn't. He says, I know. He says, your GED, your prom, our marriage, our kids, my family, your family.
And this is about 4 p.m., is that correct, on Wednesday?
Correct.
What does Tara say in response to all those messages from Uriah?
Baby, everything is okay. We will have a normal life someday, honey. My family was never really amazing. I only knew the people I talked to you about who will make it together. He says, yes, ma'am, I hope so.
From y'all's investigation, during that 7 to 11 a.m. hour, is that when Tammy King was murdered?
Yes.
I'll pass this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, my name is Bill Agnew. I represent Uriah Urick. He's sitting here to my right. And going through those messages, I mean, it's obvious that both of those kids had a lot of animosity towards Greenwood, right?
Yes.
And that they didn't like they didn't like living there, and they wanted to get out of there, correct?
Correct.
I mean, it's just obvious, reading there, that there's a lot of animosity. You're dealing with someone who's 17 and someone who's 18. One of those stories that we've had, people talk about for a long time. We've got two young kids who think they're in love and they want to get out of the environment that they're currently in, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's something that's been going on for a long time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so, when you look over those messages, one of the things that struck me is I know y'all say you didn't find meth or you didn't find heroin, but why would they make that up? I mean, that's something that they put up there, not knowing that this was going to be something anyone was ever going to see. Why would they just make that up?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
It appears that there was some, at least, validity to an allegation that they used meth or heroin. Would you agree with that?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Okay. What they complained about was she was using meth and heroin, correct?
Say that again?
They complained about her using meth and heroin, correct?
Correct.
Okay. They also complained about her having meth dealers over, correct?
Correct.
They also complained about her having sex with multiple partners, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So those are all three things that they were saying that they were angry about having to live there. That would not be a healthy environment for a 17 or an 18-year-old, would it, if those things were going on?
Correct.
Good. And I don't know if you know, but I mean, was there any other environment that they could have actually gone to at that point? Could they have gone and lived with another parent, or could they have gone and lived with somebody else?
As for her, my understanding, she has a father, so I would say that.
But I mean, presumably, Tammy had custody because she wasn't living with her dad; she was living with Tammy, and Tammy was the one who was responsible for putting her in school, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that means that she's got custody. If she's got custody, Tammy can't just go live with her mother. She's got to stay where she has custody, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that appears to be a very, very unhealthy environment reading those messages. Would you agree with me there?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And I'm not saying one of the things you handled were right, but you've got situations where you've got two very, very, very young, what I consider kids, in a very, very unhealthy environment who just desperately want to get out. I mean, isn't that how everything reads?
It reads to me that those situations that you just said, in their opinion, was going on,
Okay.
and that they wanted to get out.
And one of the other things that I thought was interesting is one of the things that Tara said was she hasn't started being weird about the money. So apparently they had a fair amount of access to money already, right?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Saying he doesn't know. So.
Okay. But I mean, that's how that appears, correct?
Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I mean, isn't that how it appears? I mean, for her to say that, it appears that they already had access to money.
It appears that she saw what she had as far as how much money she had.
But she said she hadn't gotten weird about the money. You know? You saw that, right?
I did.
Okay. And we also saw that apparently they also had access to guns before this ever happened. He has a picture with a gun on one of their videos that they did on that chat, correct?
Correct.
And they talked about some of the guns that they already had, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Anything further?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly.
Okay.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
May I publish States 426 to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Detective Espinoza, earlier I asked you if any heroin was located in the home, and you said not to your knowledge, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that that blue bowl, to your training experience, looked like meth or another narcotic, but we don't know because it wasn't tested, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm showing you a page from 426, which is Ms. King's toxicology from her autopsy report. Now, in the positive findings, do you see heroin on there?
I do not.
Do you see methamphetamine on there?
I do not.
Is it fair to say that what's in there is some ethanol, hydrocodone, and weed?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Agnew also asked you about would that living situation that Tara and Uriah are describing be healthy for children to live in, correct?
Correct.
And I think we can all agree that no, what they described wouldn't be healthy, right?
Correct.
Now, as previously, were there any signs that there was anyone else in the home that night?
No.
And in fact, we saw the messages between Tammy and Uriah, and her response to him saying there's two women and a man was, that's bullshit, it's the TV.
Correct.
And I want to ask a hypothetical. Even if what Tara and Uriah's paranoid beliefs had occurred, were happening, is that an excuse for them to rob and murder Tammy King?
Absolutely not.
I'll pass this witness.
No further questions?
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Call your next witness.
The state would call Agent John Miller.
Okay. Everyone good over here? Okay.
Morning.
Good morning.
Just
Please raise your right hand. Please swear to the testimony given this matter in your file. That you will faithfully hold true and nothing but the truth, so help you God. No. Okay, you can see.
thank
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, ma'am. My name is John Anthony Miller, JohnAnthonyMiller.
And how are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am. I'm currently employed as a special agent with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
And is a special agent a licensed peace officer?
Yes, ma'am.
How long is it that you've been inside law enforcement?
I've been with DPS 22 years, ma'am.
And in order to become a peace officer, did you go through the standard academy and TCOL licensure that we've heard about previously in this trial?
Yes, ma'am. It's a 6-month academy that starts every law enforcement officer for Texas DPS. It's a 6-month long academy. And then you have continuous training throughout your career.
And within your, you said 22 years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Within your 22 years with Texas DPS, what roles have you had?
I've had multiple roles. I've been a state highway patrolman. I started off my career as a patrolman. I did approximately 8 years, and then I promoted into the criminal investigations division. In my criminal investigations division, I worked narcotics. I worked the cartels along the border. I did a multitude of criminal investigations such as auto theft, narcotics, sex crimes. I'm currently billeted. My new task my task that I've been on is I'm on the Gulf Coast Violent Offenders Marshals Task Force. I've been with them approximately 12 years, and we go out and look for the violent offenders.
And so is the Gulf Coast Violent Offenders Task Force, is it all people from GPS or all people from Laredo? How does that task force get created?
Yes, ma'am. So that task force, it's a multitude of agencies. We have Webb County District Attorney's Office officers from there, Laredo Police Department, Webb County Sheriff's Office, and of course the marshals and DPS as well. We've also had Border Patrol and Customs as well.
And how, as a member of the task force, how do you get assigned cases? How do you get involved with something?
On the federal, the way it works, the federal cases are assigned to the federal agents, which is the marshals. We assist them with any cases that are ongoing. We also bring state cases that are assigned to us. We also work those all in conjunction. We all work them together. We help out each other. As if I can't get any information federally, the federal partners will help me and assist me in getting information. Same way with us. We assist in any if they need any kind of technology, videos, drones, helicopters. We assist them on the state side. That helps get a lot of things accomplished. Versus if you're one agency, it's kind of hard to do if you don't have those assets. So when you have a multitude of assets, it just makes the case work so much easier.
So I want to bring your attention, or before I do that, where is it you are typically housed?
Out of Laredo, Texas now.
I want to bring your attention to the weekend of February 7th through 9th, 2025. Do you recall that weekend?
Yes, ma'am.
During that weekend, did you get involved in something that led us to be here today?
Yes, ma'am. We were informed by the Marshals Task Force supervisor that there had been possible homicide in the Galveston area, and that they possibly were traveling. Two teens, were male and female, were traveling to Laredo.
So when you get information like that, what do you do? How do you begin that assistance?
We start getting information with the locals and trying to get as much information as we can, name, date of birth, get some bio information on them, and then we start tracking them as best we can. The last information that we had received from them was that they had been traveling to Laredo. It was unknown how they were getting there. When we started our investigation, we usually start hitting the local hotel motels, and that's always usually a pretty big help.
And what day did you start looking for these individuals?
I believe it was the 29th, or 28th, excuse me, the 28th.
Does February 8th sound right?
Yes, February 8th.
You're fine.
Sorry.
All right. And so that would be a Saturday, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you said you start looking at the local hotels, motels. Can you tell us what you were doing on that Saturday?
So on that Saturday, that evening, we started driving around looking for hotel, motels, just looking for two individuals. In Laredo, Texas, it's not very hard to spot folks that are not from there. And we were looking for two Caucasian individuals, male, female, that would be walking around possibly on San Bernardo, which is a main strip where they have hotel, motels.
And so from what you knew about the two individuals you were looking for, did you believe that they were going to blend in easily or maybe stand out?
They would very stand out. They would stand out quite a bit. It wouldn't have been very hard to spot two Caucasian individuals in that area.
And is that because Laredo is predominantly Hispanic?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, that Saturday night while you're looking around, do you locate those individuals Saturday night?
No, ma'am. We did not. We followed up the following morning with a hotel at the Motel 6, I believe. And we had spoken to the clerks to see if they had seen these two individuals. By this time, I think we had received a picture. And they had informed us that, yes, these two individuals had been here at this hotel, but had already left.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Special Agent Miller, Miller, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as States 477. Without telling us what it is, do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How is it you recognize it?
That was the photo that was presented to us by the clerk at that time.
From that motel?
Yes, ma'am, from the Motel 6.
Your Honor, State moves to admit States 477 having tendered to opposing counsel.
No objection.
State 477 will be admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
All right, Special Agent Miller, what are we looking at here?
These are the two individuals that we were looking for at the time. And that was I can't see the time and date that's on there. Yes, that's on the 9th, approximately 11:20 a.m.
And what information did you have about these individuals at this point?
At this time, we were still just under that there was a homicide committed. We didn't know, they were working on warrants, I believe, at the time. And, or no, there was a warrant issue. I can't remember what it was for. And that's what we're using for probable cause to detain and arrest.
So you knew there was involvement in a homicide, but you were stopping them for a different warrant that they had, correct?
Correct.
And did you know their names?
At the time, it was, I can't remember their full names. It was Uriah Urick and the young lady, I can't remember at this time now, sorry.
Does Tara King sound familiar?
Miss King, yes. Miss King, yes.
And are you able to tell from this photo which individual is Uriah and which individual is Tara?
The gentleman on the right facing us is Uriah, and Miss King is the young lady on the left.
So once you obtain this image from Motel 6, what do you do next?
We continued the search. We had multiple units that were out assisting since we're a task force. There's plenty of us. We also had a group, we're working Operation Lone Star as well, so we had multiple DPS criminal investigation units that were out as well. I put out the information that these individuals are going to be out here in this area that they have been seen. On the 9th, we ended up, one of the lieutenants ended up IDing two individuals, I believe, that were Miss King and Mr. Urick.
Yes, sir.
Urick. So we ended up setting up, it was by the Dollar General in an open area that they were sitting outside. So we all showed up as a team, and we positively identified the two individuals. At that time, we approached them, and we took them into custody at that time.
Now, when you took them into custody, were there also photos that were documented?
I believe, yes.
And you observed the two individuals that day?
Yes, I was there. Yes, ma'am, I was there, and I observed them. We took them into custody, and there was multiple weapons that we had picked up, and a couple of items that were on their persons.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Special Agent, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as States 438 to 449. If you would take a look through these documents, just let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And do they appear to have been altered in any way other than the state sticker?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, I state moves to admit States 438 through 449 having tendered to opposing counsel.
No objection.
Those will be admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Special Agent Miller, who is this that we're looking at here?
That's Miss King. These are the photos that I took. Yes, that's Miss King.
And who is this?
That is Mr. Urick.
And so you said States 439 is Mr. Urick. Do you see the same Mr. Urick in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Can you please identify him by where he's seated and the item of clothing?
There's a gentleman here to the left of me, in front of me, wearing a green collared shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
What are we looking at here in States 440, sir?
So these were two weapons that were taken off these two individuals. The top one, they're both 22 caliber weapons. They were found in a backpack. The pistol, I believe we took it off of him. I can't remember exactly. but I know I grabbed the backpack and the 22 pistol. It looks like a rifle was in the backpack, and the knives were in the backpack.
Is this a better photo of those knives?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And it says 443. What are we looking at?
Those are multiple magazines. There was the two magazines on the bottom. We didn't know what those belonged to, but I know the ones at the top belonged to the Victory pistol, the silver pistol.
And when you say you don't know what they belong to, what's the difference between these two bottom ones and the three top ones?
So, for my memory correct, I believe they belong to a 9mm, which these two weapons were 22 caliber. So those rounds were not fit in that weapon.
So they're fair to say that they had ammunition, but not a gun to match on.
Correct.
And it says 444. What are we looking at here?
So those are rounds that were picked up that were located in the backpack. So these rounds here would have fit the two weapons that were located on them.
And it takes 445. What is this that we're observing?
We found that in the backpack as well. It looked like a crack pipe where they would smoke crack cocaine or any other substance, criminal substance.
And is that something you know from your experience with the narcotics division?
Yes, ma'am.
Similar question, what are we looking at? It states 446.
So what that is it's called a grinder, where they would put marijuana in and they twist it and they grind it up. So when they want to smoke it, they can roll it up. It makes it easier for them to smoke.
And what do we have in 449?
Those are cell phones that were also located on their person.
And then lastly, in 448, what are we looking at?
When we stopped them, this was all the currency that they had on them.
And was it a few dollars or many dollars, or do you recall?
I didn't take account. It was just I want to say maybe a couple $100. I didn't count it all. The way it was collected, the way I took the pictures, the way I turned it over to the detectives.
Okay. Marked as State 421 and was admitted through Galveston County Sheriff's Office. Are those the same bags in which you pulled that stack of money from?
Yes, ma'am.
And so from glancing at that, I'll kind of pose that question again since it's unrolled now. Is this a few dollars, or kind of what are we looking at?
That's a couple $100. I can't give you an exact amount now.
And all of these bills are 100s?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, once you apprehended Miss King and the defendant, what was the next step that you did?
Once we apprehended them, we brought them into the DPS office just to fill out paperwork that we needed to submit to the jail. At that time, the paperwork was filled out and immediately transported to Webb County Jail.
When you fill out the paperwork, is that just you documenting everything that you located and who they were and things of that sort?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Special Agent Kennedy was been marked as states 437 and 436. Can you let me know if you recognize these documents?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize them?
So these are documents that whenever we as law enforcement officers, if we seize any weapon systems, narcotics or anything, we have to present the owners a copy of the seized property. And this other one is myself releasing the seized property to the other law enforcement agency.
And that was Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, statement, or have they been changed or altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, statements to admit states 436 and 437.
No objection.
436 and 437 will be admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Alright, sir, will you please just kind of go through items 1 through 8 and let me know what property you documented and turned over to Galveston?
Yes, ma'am. So the information, I printed everything was the Keltec, the submachine pistol, the Victory 22 caliber pistol. There was a clear plastic baggie believed to be methamphetamine. There was the container of green leafy substance, which was the marijuana. One black, one gray, and one red cell phone. Bolt currency, because we didn't take account. We had the pocket knives and the box of medicine bottle full of 22 caliber ammunition.
And it takes 46. Is this you releasing it to Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am. That's what it is. She signed at the bottom.
And that was Detective Hudson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
After you released all the information to Detective Hudson, did you have anything further to do with this case until we got to trial?
No, ma'am. I didn't do anything else. We tried to get a copy of the video from the Motel 6, but by the time we got there, it had already been deleted.
Is that why we just have the screenshot?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
No questions.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Excuse me.
Call the next witness. Okay, take a quick break.
All last for the jury.
Court stands in recess for about 15 minutes.
I'm going to return to 122nd. I've had this every time.
back on the record. All parties are present. On the next witness.
State calls Gerardo Pedrosa.
Do you say anything to this when you please have his power? Okay. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Gerardo Madrazo,
And can you spell it, please?
Gerardo. My last name is Madrazo, Madraco.
And where are you currently employed?
Webb County Sheriff's Office,
And where exactly is Webb County?
Laredo, Texas.
And what position do you hold in the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a sergeant at the jail, and I'm the custodian of records.
So let's start with your role as sergeant in the jail. What are your duties as sergeant?
I'm in charge of intel department, the recordings of the phone calls, and I'm also in charge of the whole jail. I'm next to the captain.
Okay. And as part of your duties as custodian of record, are they different in any way as sergeant, or are they kind of combined into one role?
They combine.
Okay. So, how long have you been a deputy at Webb County Sheriff's Office?
I've been working for 14 years.
And did you start in Webb County?
Yes.
What training and education did you get in order to get a job at Webb County Sheriff's Office?
I went to the academy, and I have been going to the trainings. I have 8,000 hours of training.
Okay. So are you a licensed peace officer?
No, sir. I'm a correction officer.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury the difference between those two?
Well,
In regards to their duties in the sheriff's office.
the deputies are working outside on the highways. The corrections officers works at the jail.
Okay. So it'd be fair to say that the licensed peace officers in the sheriff's office they bring people to the jail while the corrections officers are monitoring them in the jail.
That's correct.
Okay. Does the Webb County Jail have the ability to make phone calls from the inmates to make phone calls?
Yes.
Do you screen calls made by the inmates in the Webb County Jail?
Yes, we do.
Are those phone calls recorded by the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
They're recorded by an outside company. It's Smart Communications. We hired them.
Okay. Can you say the company's name one more time?
Smart Communications.
Okay. What, if you know, how does the Smart Communication System work?
They work. Basically, they record the whole calls from the inmates at the jail, and they keep them in their system, and we also have access to them.
Are the inmates provided any kind of notification that their phone calls are recorded?
Yes, they do.
What kind of notification do they get?
Before they make the phone call, they get a recording saying that every call that they made is being recorded.
Now, is there any system that either SMART or the Webb County Sheriff's Office uses to identify the inmate making those calls at any given time?
Yes.
What is that system?
Whenever they're both at the jail, they provide their voice, and they provide a special PIN for each individual.
And is there a record created when an inmate makes a phone call?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, I'm going to show you what has been marked as states 451. Without getting the details, just do you recognize it?
Yes.
And
Yes.
what is it generally?
There are two phone calls that the inmate made.
And well, before I go into that, let me ask you this. Does it appear to be tampered or altered with in any way?
No.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events that are recorded?
Yes.
And is this record made in the regular course of business of the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Around this time, the state would move to admit states 451 and present counsel. No objection.
States 450 and 451 will be admitted.
And may I vote?
Yes.
So just to quickly show the jury, which inmate or detainee is this record reflecting?
It's to Urick.
Uriah Urick, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how long were each of these phone calls?
They were 5 minutes.
And were they made to the same number or to different numbers? Two. Okay.
Yeah, they're made to the same number.
And they appear to have been made in rather rapid succession, one beginning about 2 minutes after the first one ended?
That's correct.
So were you able to locate those recordings that we just saw in that document?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to that recording?
Yes.
I should say, have you listened to both recordings?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach once more?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 450. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
They're both phone calls that were made at the Webb County Sheriff's Office.
And having listened to them, do they appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
No, sir.
Are they the true and accurate recordings of the phone calls that took place on those days?
Yes.
All of those times. Your Honor, this time the State would move to admit States 450 and tender to opposing counsel. No objection.
States 450 will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
So pausing the recording at 18 seconds, just very briefly before we listen to the whole thing, Sergeant, are you familiar with Uriah Urick's voice?
Yes.
And is that voice, the male voice we heard on the recording, Uriah Urick's voice?
Yes, sir.
Resuming the recording at 18 seconds. So Sergeant Madrazo, before we play that second recording on this flash drive, I want to ask you a couple questions about the first one. How would you describe the defendant's, Uriah Urick's, emotional state on the phone call? Was he calm, or was he emotional or remorseful, or how would you describe it?
He was calm.
Did he express any remorse for anything that he had done?
No.
What would you say was his primary concern on the phone call?
Getting an attorney.
Did it appear that his mother had more concern for his personal safety than he did?
Yes, apparently it is.
Then we'll play the second recording on State's Exhibit 450.
Hey, I just want you to take care of yourself, because no matter what's going on or where you're going to go or how long you're going to be there, I still want to be able to talk to you, to come see you. Do you understand?
Yes, I asked about third ability and the being jumps and all that. It's just very, very not likely.
Good. You let me know anything you need to let me, and I will talk to anybody. You know how
I got you.
You know
I'll get my commissary here when I go. I have cash on me. Make sure that the $5,000 in evidence gets put into Tara's commissary. Split it 2,500, 2,500.
If it was something that you was taken, they won't give
No, I know the $5,000 was taken and put into evidence, but it was. I mean, the cash out of my pocket was in my pocket. That one was just in my handbag. It doesn't really make sense to take that, but it was on the fifth spot, so I don't know. But that would make you $220. And ramen here is $2, so that's expensive. But I'll be good. I have food. They're about to give me food, I think.
Okay.
Okay, I'm fed. Just keep in contact with this jail, Webb County Jail, in Laredo.
Webb County Jail, Laredo.
Yeah. Make sure you contact JM, please. That's my best chance. It's gonna be a lot of money. It's gonna be like $10,000. But JM, that lawyer, please remember that. He's JM. Also, capital murder is above first, second, and third.
I know.
Federal.
I know.
I don't know how they put me on that, but they did. Never had any other charges before, not strong ones.
I'm not really sure. They said the captain knew that they still had evidence to go through, and that usually takes a couple of months.
There was meth that I had to smoke in order to stay the first night, and the Mexican mafia guy made me take it. I had to hit the bowl. Spurbo wasn't an undercover. So,
What?
I had to hit a meth pipe. The Spurbo wasn't an undercover my first night. So they found
Your first night of what?
staying here. Been here for 3-4 days. And so they had that. It's like under a gram, but that's state, not federal. And then there was a Kel-Tec 2000, which is a semi-automatic carbine rifle, 9mm. That was federal.
This call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
An S&W 22 Victory pistol competition, which was
Uriah,
that's
Do
also
not.
federal.
get into trouble in there. Anywhere. You understand? Do not get in with people.
Look, Dad walked me through this. Okay, I know. Okay, I know. I've done everything in the community so far.
No selling commissary, no nothing. Nothing like that. No dealing. People fight over that shit.
I know. Stick to myself.
else would get you in trouble.
I'm going to be in federal. I'm going to be in protective custody. Okay? I'm going to be in prison.
Until they put you in prison with a bunch of murderers.
No, Mom. Federal prison is where I'm going. Period. And
This call will be terminated in 1 minute.
like that's the charges.
You're going to be alone.
No, I'm not going to be alone. I'm going to be in protective custody and then eventually Gen Pop. I'm going to be in Gen Pop eventually, but I'm going protective custody first so you can at least know I'm safe.
So you've been in Laredo jail for 4 days?
No, I've been in Laredo 4 days, just got the job. Yeah, I was smart about it for most of it. But they recognized me because they submitted the warrant to USY, and I USY statewide.
Yeah.
You know, and then somebody recognized me and 4 people with pistols right up on me, so. Yeah, the call's going to be terminated soon. So I love you, and
I love you.
I will see you again.
Okay, call me.
Yeah. No, you can call the jail. I can't call you. It's not free.
Okay.
Make sure to check on Tara King, okay?
This call will be terminated because it exceeded the
Microphone to work. So, Sergeant, in that second phone call, what appeared to be to you the defendant's primary concern?
Basically, like the first one, he was concerned about the attorney, that she better contact the attorney and get him to help him.
And he also appeared to be concerned about his commissary account?
Yes. He
Can
wanted,
you, oh, sorry.
he wanted to divide the money into him and the girlfriend.
Now, can you explain to the jury what a commissary account is?
The commissary is it's money that is deposited to your account and you can buy products from that we sell inside the jail.
And, like, what kind of products? Just
Hygiene and like candies or cereals.
Now, he also made the comment on that call about how he had to smoke meth to prove he wasn't undercover. Do you allow people to smoke meth at the Webb County Jail?
No.
Are there procedures in place to make sure narcotics do not enter into the jail?
Yes.
And being started over the jail, are you aware if they were followed in this case?
Yes.
The last thing I want to address, it might seem like a silly question, but is the court we're in here today, is this a federal court or a state court?
State court.
Pass it, Mr.
Okay, Mr. Agnew.
No questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Let's get released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Okay, you are released from your subpoena. Thank you, sir. Call your next witness.
State would call Raymond Tyler.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Deputy Tyler, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Raymond Tyler, RAYMONDTYLER.
And how are you currently employed?
I work at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
9 years.
Have you kind of give us an idea of what your career history looks like? So when you first got your job, how old were you and what did you do up until becoming a jailer?
I was 25 when I started working there. Before I worked there, I worked at Texas City Police Department briefly. Before that, I worked at a grocery store. That's about it.
Okay. So how long have you been involved in law enforcement, beginning at that Texas City time?
There I worked there for 3 years.
And 12 total?
12, yeah.
Okay. When you first started at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office, what did you do? What was your position?
I was corrections. I worked in the pods. Yeah, just dealt with inmates in the pods.
And what do you currently do?
I work in the front lobby, deal with visitation, help them with that, assist them with the mail. That's pretty much it.
And how do the various shifts at the SO work? How many shifts are there?
There's 4. A, B, C, and D shift.
And what are the time frames for A through D?
A through D, so you got 6A, 6P, and 6P to 6A, 12-hour shifts.
Okay. So can you just kind of clarify, because you said there were 4 different shifts, but there's only 2 time frames. How does that work?
We have separate shifts. We have like 2 night shifts and 2 day shifts.
Okay. And do you work day shift or night shift?
I'm currently on night shift.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming in during your time off.
Yes, sir.
As far as this case goes, you said you worked at the front desk. What are some of the duties you have working the front desk in the law room?
You answer the phone, helping coordinate with that. You have visitation. You have to sort inmate mail. Sometimes you come across letters, like what I found today or that day. That's pretty much what it consists of for the most part.
And that's sort of what I want to get into. Can you kind of just describe the process of sorting through inmate mail?
So you have different things that inmates request. They might need shoes or something medically related. They might be trying to go to law library or send something off to the court. For the most part, you have outgoing mail as well. You sort that, go through it, see if there's anything in it that seems important. That might need to be addressed. Sometimes you have people that are in fear of their life, and they might put that on there. They might say they're suicidal. It's kind of a way for them to say it without bringing it out in the pod because they're scared or whatever it may be.
Okay. So taking a half step back here, the inmate mail that you sort through, do you sort through mail that's coming from inmates going out into the free world? Do you sort free world mail coming into the jail, or do you sort mail between inmates, or all 3?
I sort the mail that's going out from the inmates.
Okay. So if, in this case, did you receive a letter, or did you observe a letter while sorting through mail that was pertinent to this case?
Yes, sir.
And how was that addressed?
So when I found it, it was addressed anonymous. It was addressed to a supervisor. I read it, and it was mentioning that there was a possible drawing of a crime scene underneath an inmate's bunk. So I let my supervisor...
Let me pause you there for a second.
Yeah.
So I want to start with how it was addressed to anonymous or supervisor. Is that a standard way for inmates to sort of get your attention so that to read this letter that they're trying to tell you something?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Deputy, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 481. Without getting into the contents of it, do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
And just generally, what is it?
It was an inmate request. Inmate request via form. It basically was just trying to inform us of something that was going on.
And is this inmate request from that anonymous letter you were referring to earlier?
Yes, sir.
Now, does this appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
No, sir.
Is it a true and accurate copy of the inmate request form that you observed the night you first reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
Now, this time, state would move to admit states 481. Get into a closing counsel.
No objection.
States 481 will be admitted.
And may I approach?
Yes.
Okay, so, Deputy, I'm going to ask you some kind of just basic questions here. What date was this written on?
April 18th, 2025.
And how was it addressed to and from?
Sergeant from Anonymous or Anonymous.
And can you read the letter here?
Yes. Just want to inform you that Tammy King, parentheses bunk 4, has a layout of the crime scene
drawn out, and it even explains the naked body covered with towels on the floor. It is folded in a clear baggie. Also, she has a letter to her boyfriend where she wrote that she stands behind what he did and is kept in a tortilla bag. Both can be used as evidence.
Now, in response to this anonymous claim, did you take any steps to investigate it?
Yes, sir.
What steps did you take?
I informed my supervisor of my finding of the letter, and he had me relieved. I actually went down to the pod to investigate myself, and I recovered some evidence that I felt would be important for the case, and I submitted that document.
Okay. Now, you said you searched it. I just want to make sure we go step by step and cover everything here, okay?
Yeah.
You were relieved where? The front desk?
The front desk, yes, sir.
And you have previous experience working in the pods?
Yes, sir.
Right. So did you go to search this bunk by yourself, or did you go with others?
I was by myself.
And whose bunk did you search?
Tammy King.
And what generally did you find in that bunk?
During the search, anything that I felt, I would say it was important, but for sure that crime scene, and it looked like it was a layout of a house. And then there was, on the layout of the map, it looked like there were certain places where it was described. She wrote like where certain things were at. And then there was also, I believe, a journal that I discovered, and it was talking about, her talking to the other guy involved in the case.
Okay, let me go ahead and pause you there.
Yes, sir.
Once you found all this evidence, what did you do with it?
From there, I went ahead and sealed it up, made sure that, first I put it in a bag, then I took it to booking and had it scanned to the detective that was over the case, and that was Detective Hudson. After that, I sealed it back up and put it in evidence bags and made sure to drop it off in ID.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Deputy, I'm going to show you what has been marked as states 482. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
That's the crime scene map that I found in her bunk.
And does it appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
No, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the map that you discovered when you searched it?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time, State would move to admit states 482. No objection.
States 482 will be admitted.
May I approach?
Yes.
So, Deputy, I'm going to start sort of broad to show the whole layout here, and then we'll zoom into various parts and see if we can read some of the writing that's on here. Does that sound fair to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, we see, what does this say here at the upper top?
Carport.
And are you able to tell what kind of room this would be here?
Looks like a living room.
Now, over here at the carport, does that appear to, how do you read that right there?
We were here. Something said something before that.
Maybe where we were waiting?
Where we were, yes, sir.
And what room does this appear to be kind of on the other side of this living room?
Front room, kind of bedroom.
And what rooms, since it says stove and things like that, what room would this appear to be?
Kitchen.
And now here where it says my bed, whose room does this appear to be?
I believe that would be Tammy King.
And then next door we see, looks like the layout of another bed and a closet. What room does that appear to be?
I don't have trouble reading some of it.
Does it appear to be another bedroom?
It does, yes, sir.
And then we see a back porch here.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the going to zoom in now, sort of on top of this utility room, going to the back porch. What does this read up here, if you can tell?
Between barricade before we left.
So, a back door barricade?
Yeah, back door barricade. I'm sorry.
Back door barricade before we left.
Yes, sir.
Now zooming down to what appears to be Miss King's bedroom. What does it say here?
Percy.
Maybe slept. S-L-E-P-T.
Yes, I see it now. Slept. Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to reorientate this for a second to try to get this writing legible. What does this say right here?
Where it happened.
And what is this pointing to?
Looks like it appears to a head.
In a circle?
Yes, sir.
And now does this read, Percy covers her with towels, so I didn't see her?
Yes, sir.
And if fell off bed, the towels would be messed up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Deputy, after this search that you performed in the jail, did you have any other interaction in this case?
No, sir.
Excellent.
Mr. Agnew?
No motion.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Call your next witness.
The state will call Sergeant Larry Williamson.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Larry Williamson. Larry, L-A-R-R-Y, Williamson, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S-O-N.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office approximately 8 months.
Now, is 8 months the entirety of your law enforcement career?
No, ma'am.
How long has your law enforcement career been?
Just over 22 years.
In order to become a peace officer, what sort of training and experience did you have to have?
To be a basic peace officer, you have to go to a basic police officer academy, which is normally around 6 months or so, and get certified there, take a state exam to get TCOR certified, and then find a job, find an employer so they can hold your certification.
And you said it was 22 years ago that you began your law enforcement career?
Yes, ma'am. Approximately.
Was there anything you were doing prior to becoming in law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am. From 1998 to 2002, I served in the United States Marine Corps. I did some tours overseas. I was on the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit and did some things with Fast Company.
I'm going to ask you to pull your microphone just a little bit closer to you to make sure our court reporter can grab it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So once you went through academy and that state exam, what was the first position you held as a law enforcement officer?
I was employed by the Kima Police Department starting in 2003.
What role did you have at the Kima Police Department?
Initially, they hired me on as a telecommunications operator, pending October 1st, having an officer position open. So my first position, I was a telecommunications operator, and then October 1 of that year, they swore me in as a peace officer.
And were you on patrol or something else?
While at Kima Police Department, I was on patrol, and I was on patrol from 2003 until 2008.
After leaving the Kima Police Department, where did you go next?
I went to the Texas City Police Department.
Was that also in 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
At the Texas City Police Department, what role did you go into?
I started at Texas Police Department on patrol, but thereafter, from 2009 to 2010, I enlisted into the United States Army, and I went to Iraq from 2009 to 2010, or 2010.
In 2010, when you returned, where did you go from there?
From there, I returned back to patrol. I don't remember how long exactly I was there. I guess approximately 2 years. I was there for about 2 more years. And then from 2013 to 2014, I deployed to Afghanistan.
Now, in 2014, when you returned from Afghanistan, what role did you go to?
When I returned from Afghanistan, I went into the crime scene unit, where I spent the next 4 years or so.
What is different from the crime scene unit versus, say, patrol?
As a patrolman, we show up, we're the first responders, we'll assess things, we'll start calling for ambulances or calling for help, getting crime scene tape and stuff set up, conducting interviews with people, or at least getting names. And depending on the crime, like we're speaking of today, it would be set up, perimeter up, and get a log started for people coming into it. The crime scene is quite a bit different. We come in after something bad has happened, and in that I could be doing photos, collecting DNA, doing shooting reconstruction, or all of the above.
You stated you were in crime scene for approximately 4 years?
Yes, ma'am.
So where did you go after crime scene?
After I left the crime scene, I was a detective for the Texas City Police Department.
And just briefly, what's a detective?
A detective ends up being the coordinator over major crime scenes. So as a detective, you're in charge of everything. You get there, the patrol's already going to be there. You'll either request crime scene or they'll show up, but you are the manager of the crime scene. You're in charge of everything, what people do and don't do, or anything above. That's your responsibility. You may be conducting interviews or watching interviews of other people, or just in general controlling that crime scene.
How long was it that you were in CID or a detective at Texas City?
I was a detective at Texas City for 2 years.
And did you go anywhere, or obviously you went somewhere, where did you go after Texas City?
When I was at the Texas City Police Department, I had an opportunity to apply with the Dallas County Sheriff's Office as a detective and lateral over into major crimes. So I left the Texas City Police Department in March of this year. I had a whole day off of retirement, and then I returned to after active duty with the Dallas County Sheriff's Office.
And what was your first role at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
I was a major crimes detective, and as a major crimes detective, you could be working anything, but mainly some homicide, sexual assaults, violent crimes, shootings, or anything in between.
And are you still in the major crimes detective role at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
No, ma'am. Approximately 2 weeks ago, they moved me into the training coordinator's position. So currently, I'm the sergeant overtraining.
What sort of, if I asked you to give me kind of the highlight reel of some of your extra training or experience that was pertinent to this case, what would you tell me?
For this one specifically, I am a certified Celebrite operator and a Celebrite physical analyst operator.
What is Celebrite?
Celebrite is a digital extraction program that we use to obtain digital extraction from cellular phones and other devices.
When you say a digital extraction, in the most kind of basic terms you can give us, what is a digital extraction?
The digital extraction is that we will extract the data off of the phone. So all the data which is coming off as in letters and numbers, something that's not readable, and we'll put it inside the physical analyzer, which is on the same machine. Put it through the physical analyzer, and it will give us a readable output that we can look at with our human eye, as we do with the cell phone that we pick up and use our hands right now.
And what times or what occurrences are you able to utilize Celebrite to do a digital download of a phone?
To do a digital download of a phone, you have to have consent or a search warrant at least.
And just in general terms, before we start talking about the case we have here, you said you plug it in and then it gets into a readable format in the analyzer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that readable format look like? What would you see like with your naked eye?
Oh, it would be just as we do normally. We see our text messages, our pictures, our any phone calls, received calls, applications, and things that occur with those applications.
Now, when you do a digital download of a cellular device, does every single thing on the phone show up in the analyzer, or sometimes it's something different?
The analyzer will pull the data that it picks up and parses it out into specific fields, being videos, pictures, text messages, phone calls, things like that. Sometimes the rest of that data just gets stored as bulk data inside the phone.
Now, if somebody has, say, deleted something on a phone, is that able to be picked up by Celebrite, or sometimes or never?
Sometimes we can pick up those files. It depends on how long it's been deleted for, and if that space has been allocated for something else and it's been removed in order to make a room for a new photo or something like that.
You also talked about the Celebrite download will show you applications on the phone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, does it also give you all of the data within those applications, or are there some applications that withhold that information from things like a digital download?
We can see some of the data from some of the applications, some of the more sophisticated applications or the encrypted ones. A great example would be the WhatsApp application is encrypted and protects a lot of that data, so we do not get that from the phones.
So if there was messages on something encrypted, you said like WhatsApp, those messages wouldn't necessarily appear in the cell phone download, correct?
No, ma'am. Yes, correct.
And do you have any knowledge as to whether or not you can get those messages from WhatsApp directly?
You can attempt to get those messages from WhatsApp, but normally they will tell you no, they do not possess them, and or they've already been deleted.
So once you have a digital download of a phone, how do you go through it, or does somebody else go through the phone?
It depends on the investigator is normally the one that goes through the phone. Sometimes I'll be requested to go through a phone because they can't find something. Maybe we need to dig a little deeper, put a little more time in it. Or the physical analyzer that I was speaking of that parses out that data allows me to do different things inside of it than whenever I produce a new report.
Now, I want to bring your attention to the early parts of 2025. I believe you stated you moved over to Galveston County in March of 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, do you have any knowledge as to whether this case happened before or after your employment with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
This case happened before my employment with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
But did a time come that you were asked to become involved with this case?
Yes, there was.
When was that?
That was my second day at work. On two events, I was asked to become part of the case. When I arrived at the Galveston County Sheriff's Office, during that time, I was the only one in the office that was certified to do the Celebrite extractions. So on day two, my lieutenant walked me in and showed me the computers in the room and said, "Hey, here's this."
So tell me what anyone else said.
Let's say again. Oh yes, I was directed towards the forensic room. As I go in there, there's several phones inside there that need to be extracted, and they are from this specific case.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sergeant Williamson, I'm handing you what's been admitted as States 100 and 101. Do you recognize these documents?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are these documents? What's 100 and 101?
These are search warrants for Tara's phone and for Uriah's phone.
Earlier you stated that in order to do a phone dump or a digital download, you either need consent or a search warrant, correct?
That's correct.
Is there a time when you don't need either of those?
Yes, there is.
When is that?
When someone is deceased and no one else has any kind of priority over that phone.
And is that because a living individual has their rights to privacy, and once somebody is deceased, that has changed?
That's correct.
Okay. Overall, how many phone extractions did you complete involving this case?
4 phone extractions.
And do you recall what those were?
I did Tammy King's cellular phone, did Uriah's cellular phone, Tara's cellular phone, one being an Android, and a second phone that was an iPhone.
Now,
Sorry, didn't catch that last part. The second phone that what?
Tara's phone was Tara had 2 phones. One was a Motorola Edge, and she had a second phone that was an iPhone.
Okay, thank you.
when you do a forensic download on a phone, is that a small amount of data or a large amount of data, or does it depend?
It depends on the size of the phone and how much data someone has stored inside of it.
And is the process the same whether or not it is, since you mentioned Tara had an iPhone and an Android, is the process the same when you're approaching those 2 different types of devices?
Yes and no.
Will you explain that?
Because of the setup of the iPhones and the Androids, just setting the phone up in order to do these digital extractions is a little bit different. If you have a warrant and you're actually inside of the phone, you have to get there and set the settings and allow it to bridge through the ADB or to debug so you can bridge to it and draw that data with the Motorola type phones or Android phones. With the iPhones, they're a little more secure, and often that you have to go in there and it's a little bit less to do, but you also have to open up accessories and give permission to the phone for the program to start extracting things. However, sometimes you can do a before first unlock on the phone, and we will plug the phone in and it will start drawing a small amount of data, which is normally would be a logical extraction of data. You're getting a very small amount of data.
Now, you said that you're a certified analyzer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, for a layperson, if they plugged in Celebrite, is it pretty self-explanatory, or is it a little bit complicated to sort through?
Once we're inside the analyzer, ma'am, could you be more specific?
Of course. If you handed me a Celebrite phone dump and I plugged it in, how easy would it be for me to find specific data? Or is it easier if it's pulled out in certain ways?
It is easier if it's pulled out in certain ways.
Now, when you are analyzing a phone and pulling things out, how is it that you pull that data out in a more readable way?
There's several different ways. On the Celebrite app specifically, you can extract that information as an HTML file, as a Word document, as a PDF, and a CSV, and through Excel. Normally I will do it as a Word document and or in HTML. That being said, it's also easier to read. I would normally break it up into sections and put it inside of a PowerPoint when I'm getting ready to present the evidence.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Victoria, I'm sorry.
Sergeant, I'm handing you what's been marked as leads 478 and 480. Please look at these and let me know if you recognize these items.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize them?
These are going to be my extractions and the data inside here is data that I put inside these USBs.
Okay. And do they appear to have been altered with or changed in any way?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, statements to admit states 478 and 480.
Okay. 478 and 480 will be admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, when we're looking at this USB, when I first open it, can you explain in general what it is that we're looking at? What part is the phone dump versus what part are things that you've pulled out for readability?
Yes. At the top of the list where it says, the T King cell is going to be the cellular extraction of her phone.
I'm going to click on that so we can kind of walk through that as well.
Inside there, we're going to have two different extractions, one being a before first unlock, and the other one being a full file system, which is the largest one we can get and the one that we want so we can pull the most data.
So when I open up that, you said was the full file system?
Full file system, yes, ma'am.
What is within this full file system?
Inside the full file system will be all the data that the cellular program, or that the extraction program pulled from the phone. In addition to that, it's also going to contain everything that was also in the before first unlock, the before first unlock being a smaller amount. And then when I do a full file system, I get all the before first unlock data and everything else with it.
Is it fair to say that all of the data you were able to pull off of Tammy King's phone is inside this folder?
Yes.
But is this the easiest way to view it?
It is not.
We're back on this page. What are we looking at?
On this here, I was requested by the primary detective and Angie to go through these cell phones.
Just for the record, it's
Yes.
Angie, Detective Hudson.
Detective Hudson, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Detective Hudson to go through cell phones in her behalf and find the data inside the phones. What I was specifically looking for is everything that occurred after we believed that Tammy King was deceased.
And what portion of which folder of this is kind of the first thing of note to you?
Are we talking about in this order? Is it now or?
What was the first thing that you pulled from Miss King's phone?
The first thing I pulled from her phone were financial records. I pulled things from Cash App and to see what money was moved after a certain time of that morning on February 5th.
And do we have any of those in your pullouts?
They'll be on the PowerPoint.
All right. Will you let the jury know what we are looking at? Sorry.
Yes. This first page here, if we were to give you the program and let you look into it and read it, which is going to be on these files here, be the Cellbrite Reader, then I take a picture of the face page so we can verify all the data on the phone. That it is her phone and it's real.
I want to zoom in really quick on the type of phone that Miss King had.
Miss King's phone was a Moto G Stylus 5G, so an Android type phone.
Your Honor, may I approach the exhibits?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, I'm showing you what's been admitted as States 476. Will you let me know what States 476 is depicting?
This is Tammy King's cellular device.
And does this cellular device that we see in States 476 match the device that is up on the screen in States 478?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
So is it fair to say this is the cell phone that you dumped belonging to Miss Tammy King?
That's correct.
On this screen, before we get into more of the information, what all is depicted on this kind of page of Celebrate?
On this page specifically, like as I previously stated, we're looking at the data details of the phone. On the left-hand side gives us the information of the dashboard, a timeline, analyze data, and you can do it as a file system and do the files independently and not as a graphical interface, and locations, if they have the locations turned on, and then the insights is anything that may be attached to the phone yet or something like that.
And moving to the next slide, we see there's some difference on the left. Can you explain what that is for us?
Yes. So normally when I go through a phone, I will go to the Analyze Data button that's on the left-hand side, and I'll expand it, and it starts to give me, as you can see there, applications, calendar, calls, contact, device, financial purchases, the media, which will be your photos and videos, network connections, search and web, social media, and down through there's the user account details. And if you could scroll up, ma'am.
Scroll up?
Yes, I want to see the very bottom.
Oh, I apologize.
And just to point out, we're talking about how much data will be on the phone. All the files are 318,000, over 318,000 files.
So would this be considered a larger phone dump or smaller or somewhere in the middle?
Somewhere in the middle.
All right. Will you tell Jerry what we're looking at here?
What I did here was after I went to Analyze Data, I went down to Finance and Purchases and to Transfers, and I was specifically looking for cash out transfers.
And what, if anything, were you observing or documenting here?
I was documenting that these purchases or these transfers were made after the death of Tammy King.
And what time were these transfers occurring?
Can we go up one page now? So there's a page before this one.
The page before this one?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. And can you make it smaller so I can see the values of so I can see the prices?
Yeah.
Before they were taken out of there. Is there one more page before this one? Okay, we got that page, please. Thank you. What I was observing on here is that it's February 5th, 2025. There's incoming transfers coming in as late as 2:49 p.m. and I can't see that amount now. $200. The transfer is from Tammy King to Tammy King's Cash App account.
And what do you mean by from Tammy King to Tammy King's Cash App account?
They're internal transfers where she's moving money from her either her Wells Fargo or Chase account and into her Cash App account. And there becomes a point here at 8 p.m. that this money starts moving from Tammy King's phone to Terry's phone.
And at 8 p.m. on Wednesday, February 5th, is Miss King already deceased?
Yes.
And are Tara and Uriah still at the home in Bacliff, or have they moved?
I do not recall.
No problem. Moving to this next slide, what is it we're looking at?
Again, we're looking at more transfers of money from Tammy King, internal transfers from Tammy King to her Cash App account. These here, I couldn't, these are going to be where they've logged on to the Chase account and they're doing logins, and it shows the activity of every login that was made to Chase. And above that, also a Zelle application was installed on the phone.
And now, when was the Zelle application installed on the phone?
On February 5th, 2025, February 5th, 2025 at 11:08 p.m. Very soon after Ms. King had been deceased.
And at the bottom, where are those Chase Bank web searches?
You're saying
What time? I apologize.
They are starting at 12 a.m. on the 6th and going through, do we scroll up a little bit, man? Or scroll down. And then stopping also on the 6th.
Now,
pretty consecutively together.
Now it says UTC plus 0. What are we talking about?
UTC plus 0 is going to be universal time, and we have to minus 6 hours on that.
Okay, so knowing that we need to convert into Central Standard Time, let's use this bottom highlighted one for example. What date and time would this have been?
This would have been 6:11 a.m.
Would it be AM or PM?
6:11 p.m.
On the 6th or on the 5th?
On the 5th.
And same question up here, what date and time would that top one be for Zelle?
That would have been at 5:08 p.m.
On the 5th?
On the 5th.
Okay. I apologize for making you do math. Before I zoom in so that we can see this, what are we looking at here?
This is going to be a message from Tammy King to Terry.
And just in general, why does it look like this? What type of image are we looking at?
In this case here, I went into Celebrite and I selected all the messages that were sent to her after she would have been deceased, or sent to him after he'd been deceased, or conversations, and I did it in a Word format.
If I zoom in again, which of these numbers would be Tammy's?
Tammy's number is 281-508-4666.
And then we know this bottom number belonged to whom?
Terry Udman.
And you are America first. Yes. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as 64 through 72. These exhibits have already been admitted. Do you recognize what these are?
Yes, these will be from Tammy King's survey phone.
And do you know who she's having this conversation with?
Terry King.
Terry.
Oh, Terry.
Okay. And do the screenshots held within 64 through 72? Do those match the screenshot or the images and data you were able to collect from Tammy's phone?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I was incorrect in my previous statement. This message is when Tammy's still alive.
Okay. But it is the messages contained within that same set of images?
Yes, ma'am.
And as we move forward, I'm not going to go through all of them, but are these more of those same messages that we have the actual screenshots from in 64 through 72?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this just documenting that these same messages, we can confirm that they are true because they are also within the data on Ms. King's phone, correct?
That's correct. The way I validate the data on the phones is I compare it to the data inside the phone. It's my validation process.
Having tech issues today. I'm going to skip ahead a little through the messages with Mr. Utton because we do have those other screenshots. Man, having real tech savvy issues today, I apologize.
We're going to give you a chance to sort that out. And it is noon. I understand we've received a request for the jury to have an extended lunch today. So we will be back at 1:30, ready to start up. I'm going to urge you to please remember the orders that I have issued. Do not discuss the case. Do not research the case. Do not read anything about the case. Go, enjoy the day, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back at 1:30.
All right, for the jury.
and I see them carrying some of that delicious Galveston County coffee. So, all right, let's go ahead and get started.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Chief, could you switch the power thing for me?
Want to show it to you?
Yes, please. All right, Sergeant Williamson, where we left off, we were about to get into another set of text messages from Tammy King's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Just waiting for it to switch. All right, where we were previously, we were on a PowerPoint, but this is a different document within that same USB drive. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And explain to us what is this that we're looking at before I start scrolling?
This is a word that when I spoke earlier about making small read reports out of whether it be PDF, Word, or HTML, stuff like that. This is going to be where I pulled the conversation from Chris to his mother's phone and put it in a Word format and self-write.
Let's start right here. So who is this conversation between?
It's going to be between Tammy King and Chris King.
You go ahead and let us know what this first message is and when it is.
That is going to be 2/5/2025 at 3:44 p.m.
Is that
Central Time.
And is that because this is in UTC time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, and from the investigation, is Miss King alive or deceased at this point?
She's deceased at this point.
What is Chris asking his mom?
He's asking his mother if Tara got any bank accounts.
And what does Tammy's phone send back to Chris?
No, my Cash App has been stupid, so I had Piercy reduce some money I couldn't use for some reason.
And what time was that message sent at?
That is going to be at 4 p.m. on the 5th, on February 5th.
And from the investigation, do you know who has Tammy King's phone at this point?
Tara King.
And is Tara King with anyone?
She's with Uriah.
And so we see just some messages back and forth continuing with Chris, correct?
It is correct.
And the last message sent from Tammy's phone is at what time and what does it say?
That's going to be 6:24 p.m. on February 5th, and it says it's been going good. I've been sleeping. I haven't been feeling so good.
And so that 6:24 p.m. message on Wednesday the 5th is the last message that was sent from Tammy's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to switch devices for us here. And did you approach looking at Uriah's phone similarly to when you looked through Tammy's phone?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And so here again we see a pretty large PowerPoint, but we also see a bunch of smaller folders, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What are the majority of these smaller folders?
These small folders are conversations between him and people that he's befriended.
So let's start with this between someone that says labeled Uriah and Cole. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this again that similar type of extraction report that you put into a Word document like you just explained with Chris and Tammy?
That's correct.
So tell us who the participants are in this conversation.
The participants are Uriah and Cole.
Now I don't see the word Uriah up there. Can you explain to me who Uriah is on this page?
Uriah goes by the alias of Piercy.
And does Percy sound right?
Percy.
And so is that Uriah's number above where it says Percy Froghog?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So this first message to Cole from Percy is on what date and time? And I'll scroll back up.
February 2nd, 2025, 3:55 p.m. And it's UTC -6, so it's the early times.
Okay, so in comparison, when we had Tammy's phone up, it was UTC 0, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so does that mean that the numbers on Uriah's phone have already been converted to Central Standard Time?
That's correct.
Okay, so the numbers we see here are correct.
Yes, ma'am.
So on that February 2nd date, what does Uriah say to Cole?
Says, I just have autism and ADHD for guns. My sickness was an insult thrown at me for liking peculiar things. So man, I ain't sick, just too little to handle. Too lit to handle.
What does Cole respond?
I'm definitely sick.
What does Uriah say here?
I want to watch a 5.56 shred someone's flesh off their body in slow-mo.
What day and time did he send that?
That is going to be February 2nd, 2025 at 3:56 p.m., just 3 days before Tammy's murder.
And do we know what Tammy was killed with?
A AR-15 rifle of 5.56 caliber.
Is that the same type of 5.56 that's being referred to?
Yes.
What does he say next?
But it's to test its capabilities. And Cole thinks that's funny. Uriah tells Cole a few days ago she passed out in school and the teacher just left the classroom. He was referring to Tara passed out in school.
This is still on that February 2nd date?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Then what does he say about 4:05 p.m. on that February 2nd date?
Could you scroll it over something? I don't remember much, to be honest, just that I snapped with an AR in my hand under the carports.
Go ahead.
Cole replies, teachers at that school suck. I swear there would be a shooting and they'd be all. Piercy replies, it was Miss Gaines. She's probably getting fired. I killed him.
Is that the end of kind of pertinent messages between Uriah and Cole?
That's correct.
All right. And I'm going to go to a message sent next. Which one was next in your investigation?
Uriah and Scoop. On 2/4/2025 at 11:28 a.m., he just messaged out to Scoop. Just his name, Scoop. Uriah tells Scoop, good news, man.
And just to be clear, this is the day before Tammy King is murdered, correct?
Yes, ma'am. This is 2/4/2025, 11:28 p.m. Piercy tells Scoop, got money, guns, and drugs to sell. The diamond's real, and my coins are too. We're making bank and living together, homie. Fuck a struggle. We're gonna have a fucking blast. That's gonna be Scoop's address.
What date is this?
That is on 2/5/2025 at 8:57 a.m.
And is this the morning that Tammy King is killed?
This is the morning Tammy King is killed, isn't it?
So what's the next message from Uriah?
It is 12:49 p.m. after the death, or after the murder of Tammy King.
Okay. What does he say?
Yo. what's up?
Sorry.
Scoop replies to him, I was like mad asleep when you texted me this morning, so I was trying to get you to tell me what you were telling me again. I was completely fucking out of it. Excuse my language. And he says, I can go to yours. Got thousands of dollars. Guns. Old coins. A diamond. I got you. I'll pay whatever bills you need. Scoop tells Uriah, speaking of bills too, I need to figure out how I'm going to get $60 here soon, because in a couple days, my effing internet bill due, and I ain't got the money. So we have till Friday. Uriah replies on 2/5/2025, so the day of the murder, 2:48 p.m. That Friday is when I leave. And do you have Chase Bank? Scoop replies no. He asks for Uriah to call when he gets a chance. And he asks, are you talking about the Chase mobile app? Uriah replies, yeah. And Scoop says that we downloaded it. Tammy. Uriah replies, bet.
And does this conversation about the downloading the Chase Bank app correspond to anything else that you had located?
It corresponds to them getting into the Chase Bank and logging into it. And there's also a Zelle download. And as we get through this phone, he talks about having Zelle or downloading Zelle also.
Okay. What does Uriah say next?
Do think and link your bank card to it. I can send you cash. Okay, thank you. Can you link a PayPal or Cash app to it? Because that's what we have, and my cousin's trying to get things up right now with Chase, but I don't know if it's working too well. I mean, Zelle works too. It takes any bank, and I use your number to send it. And I correlate with the Zelle download we saw on Tammy's phone.
Then we have kind of a jump again. What time is this?
This is 2/5/2025 at 10:09 p.m. He says, yo, what's up? I don't know what does it mean? My bad, maybe. I had to run real quick because of what Uriah's telling Scoop. And Scoop tells Uriah, hey, so I talked to Nate. He said if you send him money to go down there and get you, he'll come and get you. And then I was also going to see if you could figure out that card stuff. Nate is going to be Scoop's cousin per his conversation.
Alright. That gets us to the end of that Uriah and Scoop file. Which one came next in your investigation?
Jaden, Uriah, and Jaden. This again is a Word document that was generated out of the Celebrite program.
And who are the individuals conversating in this message?
Piercy and Jaden Landry.
So when do these messages begin?
2 days before the murder on February 3rd, 2025 at 11:40 a.m., Piercy tells Jaden, yo, funny thing. Mike's been having orgies with my girl's grandma, his girlfriend, and her girlfriend, her grandma's boyfriend. And they all smoke meth/crack together. Hey, yo. Pierce replies, not kidding. And he replies, that's wild. And I don't know what that means. I don't know what to say, is what he was telling him. He doesn't know I live here. He just smells like drywall, and so does she.
And so where is it that Uriah is stating that he lives?
Uriah is stating that he lives at Tammy King's house, and he's staying under a table where he makes little shanty town in Tara's room. Piercy tells Jamie they smoke so much crack. It smells bad. And he hates it here. He says gonna kill him and go to his trailer to raid it, by the way.
And is this still 2 days prior to Tammy's death?
2 days prior to Tammy's death. And he's referring to Mike.
And what does he say next?
Piercy tells Jaden self-defense because strange man I've never seen in the house, in quotations.
So how did you take this message?
In quotation, fabricating is self-defense.
What does Jaden tell Percy?
You should not do that. He asks why. I make big bucks from grandma fucks. But he says why not? Because that's not what you should do. And he asks him, what are you on? Piercy replies, nothing. I want to leave and make money. I'm tired of hearing them buck all night. It's driving me crazy, man. And he tells me he smoked weed about 13 minutes ago. Jaden tells me he's insane. And he says, no way. Piercy tells Jaden, dude, I saw him, his girlfriend, and my girl's grandma at once. And girlfriend, her grandma was naked. He had shorts on. Dog. Shit was unpleasant at the least. Aaron caught him sneaking out this morning. Her grandma let him out back, or was trying to. She was putting clothes in the dryer and they just walked in towards the back door. Jaden replies, that's wild. Hey, bro.
What date and time is?
That is 2/4/2025, 11:01 p.m. the day before, just hours before the murder. The day before.
So this is the night before Miss King is killed in the morning, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What does Percy say to Jaden?
Hey, bro. Need you down here tomorrow to drive us. Got it all. Guns, drugs, kit, and everything. Hydros. Perks. Tiva 833.
Do you know what Ket, Hydros, Perks, Teva is?
Ket would be ketamine, hydros would be hydrocodone, I'm not sure what Tesla is.
And perks or Percocets?
Yes. Piercy tells Jaden, got a shotty, an AR, or pistol for you. Choose one. And Jaden says, he needs a pistol. Jaden replies to him, what's up? And being Uriah.
And what time is this?
That is 2/5/2025, 11:48 a.m. would be after the death of Tammy King.
What does Percy say to Jaden?
I got you my old one. Or a comp pistol. Bet. Piercy tells Jaden for performance. Also. And we just do. What's up with that Cash App? It's a Friday night. This is, yeah, work later.
I've got to work later, it's going to work later.
It's gonna work later. Jaden tells Piercy that, yeah, I'll leave here at 4 a.m. Piercy tells Jaden, right now my phone is ass. And asks, are we going back? Question mark. Jaden replies, no. Piercy wants to know where we going. And says, I got a homeboy in Wyoming. I'm not leaving the state. Because Jaden's telling Piercy's not leaving the state. Piercy tells Jaden, shit, where you want to go? He says, I want to go somewhere. He says, I want to go somewhere bad. I can give you a lot more if you drive me to Wyoming. I can give you a lot more if you drive me to Wyoming and hit back. Okay, bet. How much we talking? Where do you want to go? Piercy tells Jaden he's going to Iowa. And to fuck other places. Iowa's far. I don't know. Goddamn keyboard. Jaden tells Uriah, we'll see. But I don't know if I'll do it. Uriah replies, bet. For some money. Jaden says he'll do it for some money. Piercy tells Jaden I have an inch of hundreds. And another diamond from the house. Still got antique coins.
After you went through everything with Uriah and Jaden, where did you go next?
Next, I went to Nate.
And earlier you said Nate was whom?
Nate is the cousin of Scoop, according to Scoop. This is again a word format from the Celebrate program.
And we see who's involved in the conversation.
Nate and Percy.
All right. Right here, what date and time is this?
9/12/2024 at 2:15 p.m.
Okay. So is this just the start of the conversation of the whole time that Nate and Uriah have corresponded?
It is a yes, ma'am.
So if I scroll forward, will I get to a more pertinent date?
Yes, ma'am. This will be where I'll start now.
Okay. So what is our date and time here?
2/5/2024, 9:40 a.m.
And this is, in fact, in the same hour that Tammy King is killed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. What does Uriah say to me?
Said, it's Tony's friend. I got 10 grand or so in guns. Need to move. Now, Nate asks, you need to go to Wyoming. And Uriah replies, wherever is a safe place. Uriah tells me he cannot be in Texas. Okay, let me call Tony and see what I can do. And he says he has to move soon. Nate asks where to call me. And he'll do my advice girl's Cash App. Sierra Cincinnati.
And is that a Cash App handle?
Yes, ma'am. Here says, gotcha, I'm gonna do it in a sec, riding to a spot.
And what time is that at?
That's gonna be 2/5/2025 at 1:32 p.m. Nate replies, gotcha. And he wants to know what part of Texas it's from. Uriah replies, League City, Dickinson, Bacliff area. Uriah calls for Nate, just calls him by name.
What date and time is this?
That is 2/7/2025 at 3:58 p.m.
So is that Friday?
Yes, ma'am.
And so there's been a pretty good gap between the last message on 2/5 to now 2/7, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Uriah says Nate, then what?
You know how to hide someone who's wanted? And Nate replies, who is wanted? Uriah replies, me. Nate asks, why are you wanted? Nate asks him to call him. He says he can't. It'll trace. He says, Nate says, what did you do? I'm not the FBI. Uriah replies, self-defense. What's the plan? No ID, no license, nothing. And he says, download WhatsApp and Messenger. And those conversations stop. And as we previously spoke about, that WhatsApp Messenger is often encrypted. And I just kind of I lose the conversations from there.
Okay. Now, after you kind of went through everybody's messages, is there another person who you had messages with, or do you move on to something else?
I went through Travis Hodges' messages. They were quite lengthy, but all they really speak about is just the preparation of leaving there, of getting the ride from the home, getting a storage place to store the weapons and things they'd taken with them, and then eventually giving them a ride to Laredo, Texas.
Okay. Now, earlier we talked about there's lots of things on a Celebrite dump that you can look at. What are we looking at here?
This here is just a snippet of the videos on Uriah's phone. we look at the media, there says there's 34,547 articles of media, and that is going to be a combination of audio, pictures, and videos.
What is it that you are showing the jury here?
This one here is on 11/9/2024 at 3:05 p.m. Well before all this starts taking place or the murder occurs. He's inside the safe in Tara's room and Tammy's room, and they're inside the gun safe.
Okay, so this is a kind of screen grab of video of the gun safe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are we looking at here?
On 1/15/2025, I found a photo on Uriah's phone of all the safe codes.
And is this roughly 21 days before the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does this appear to be to you?
This will be the combinations to the safe, the big gun safe, small gun safe, black safe, and directions how to get there to stop at 40, left 83, right 10, and a white safe.
And what's
plus key.
And what's kind of the clear plasticky stuff that we see on either side?
A tape.
And what does that appear like to you?
I'm not sure what was that, man. It was just on.
I mean, does it appear that that password is taped somewhere?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's taped to a piece of wood.
Okay. And you mean we just don't know where that piece of wood was?
I don't know where that piece of wood is.
Okay. Now, this is some of those text messages we talked about earlier, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, what is this item?
This item here. This item here is that Tara and Uriah go into Tammy's room, and what I consider a setup for this murder. They're going through there and they're talking about, oh, here's the drug she has. They talk about, oh, I've been listening to her have orgies for, I believe it's 3 days, then it's 4 days, then it's 1. Then Uriah has to correct her on the story they fabricated. And they're just trying to paint a picture of Tammy as this bad person.
Is this that video?
This is that video, man.
This was right there, right? Yeah, it was, yeah. Okay. No, I was just asking. Checking. Yeah, I was having a threesome no, actually, a foursome in here. Crazy. Been hearing it for 2 fucking days. Actually, no. Been hearing it for... Yeah, I've been hearing this shit for a day. Oh yeah, because it was. Well, I'm gonna go watch.
And we go back to some of those messages we've already looked at on the Word documents, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What are we looking at here?
This is a AR-15.
And who did this picture get taken by?
This was taken by Uriah's phone by Uriah.
And where did it get sent to?
Can you scroll up one, ma'am? They sent to Scoop. There's 2 photos sent to Scoop.
Is this that second photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Look backwards for a second, just to get to the next portion. What are we looking at? I apologize.
Earlier, I spoke about conversations between Travis Hodge and Uriah, and in those text messages going back and forth, Travis Hodge sends him the message we're fixing to look at, which is a snippets of the Galveston County Post of the murder and that Uriah and Tara are wanted.
Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was the original Facebook post by?
Galveston County Sheriff's Office.
And then it was reshared where?
Talk of Bacliff and San Leon.
And you said that this screenshot was sent by Travis to Uriah, is that correct?
That is correct.
Let me get it correctly. Of course not. Okay. What are we looking at here?
This is a screenshot of a video, just of its the data from the screenshot, and the video is going to be of Uriah and Tara in the room, and there's a point where there's several guns shown, but one of those being the murder weapon.
And what date and time is this at?
2/5/2025, 12:16 a.m. So approximately 9 hours before Tammy King was murdered.
And we have another screen grab here. What are we looking at? Is it similarly just another video taken around that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Pressing play. What is it we're looking at, Sergeant?
There's the firearm right there, a small snippet of that. The drugs in there are hydrocodone, the pills are hydrocodone with acetaminophen, and then the white crystal stuff is the methamphetamines, or could be fentanyl mixed with something else.
So miscellaneous drugs are what you kind of just dumped in this lab, correct?
That's correct.
And you said there was multiple guns?
There's another video that's going to show all the guns there, man. In this one here, you could see that the murder weapon.
Is this part of that same video?
It is, man.
And is this another video?
This is another video, and I'd like to point out that this blue container that was used to make it look like it was Tammy's is in their possession, and it's continued to be so.
And is that why you made the determination that you believe that first video was a kind of setup video?
For several reasons, because they're trying to convince each other the lie of what happened. Was it 1 day or 2 days or 4 people or 3? Even in that, she picks up this blue container and then immediately asks him, "Hey, where was this? Well, you just picked it up." So I believe they're just scared and trying to tell a lie.
Pressing play on this video.
And this here is another weapon. I have a screenshot thereafter of the serial numbers. We kind of cruise through kind of fast in the video.
Is this the screenshot you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am. It is a Ruger, and the serial number is 856-97352, and that is the murder weapon.
So we have that firearm in Uriah's hand after midnight on the day that Tammy King is murdered.
That's correct.
Now, I know we've gone through kind of some pullouts of both Tammy and Uriah's phones. And we talked about this kind of story that
Tara and Uriah are telling about Tammy doing drugs or having orgies or being abusive, you also went through Tammy's phone in its entirety, correct?
That is correct.
Was it clear if Tammy was in a relationship with someone?
It was clear.
Who was she in a relationship with?
Terry.
Anywhere in the conversations between Terry and Tammy, did you find any comments about including other people in their sex lives?
I know when I specifically looked for that type of activity to see if I've seen text messages, videos, pictures, or any other data, and I did not find that.
And did you look in only with her messages with Terry, or did you look for that type of information in Tammy's entire phone?
I looked in the entire phone.
And then also, let's talk about some of the allegations are that Tammy engaged in drug use. Did you also look for that within Tammy's phone?
I did.
What did you locate?
She smoked marijuana, I believe.
Anything alluding to her smoking methamphetamine or ketamine or cocaine or anything of that sort?
Not at all.
And were there any messages, say, between Tammy and Tara or talking about Tara where it seemed as if Tammy was physical or abusive to Tara?
No.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Hackney?
So what you're alleging is methamphetamine there. Are you saying that belonged to Uriah and Tara?
If you could be more specific, sir, because there are several videos of a white crystalline substance.
Well, I mean, like you got the one that was in the plastic container, you got the one that was in the little plastic envelope. Are you saying that those were Uriah's and Tara's?
That is what I believe, yes, sir.
And you believe that they were just trying to plant the picture to show that it was not, that it was Tammy's?
Yes, that's correct.
Why do you think that?
For several reasons. One, I didn't find any kind of drug usage of that nature on her cellular device. And then the medical examiner's report did not show that she had drugs in her system.
How long after you use drugs will it show up in your system? How many days?
It depends on what it is and how much you use. Marijuana can stand for 30 to 45 days, depending on how much you hydrate yourself, things like that, or what kind of test it is, hair follicle or urinalysis. The drugs like fentanyl and methamphetamines and such stay in your system for about 3 days.
Most of the drugs that we test for, as far as that goes, don't have a long shelf life in the body, correct?
It depends on the amount you use.
Okay. So, just because she's, let's say, not necessarily a heavy user doesn't mean she's not an occasional user, is where I'm going with this.
I didn't find that she was a user at all.
Okay. But you're just basing that on stuff on the phone, right?
I'm basing that on what I did not see, yes, sir.
Okay. Just because it wasn't in her blood doesn't mean she hadn't used it at other times. Where I'm going with it.
That could be correct.
Okay. And the thing is everyone who uses differently and under different schedules, different amounts, and all that. Just because it wasn't in her body or on her phone doesn't necessarily mean she didn't do it at all.
Right, but that doesn't mean you get to murder her either.
I never said that.
Yes.
Never said that. Okay. But that's just what I'm getting at there. So, just because it wasn't found in your system doesn't mean it wasn't true.
That could be correct, yes.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Very briefly, Judge.
Okay.
Out of all of the devices that you did a forensic download on, Sergeant Williamson, which ones did you locate evidence of narcotics use?
Uriah and Tara's phones.
Of the devices that you downloaded, which ones did you see evidence of firearms?
Uriah's phone and Tara's somewhat.
And on which of these devices did you see any communication about multiple partners in a sexual relationship, orgies, or anything of that sort?
I'm not sure I've seen that at all. I did see a lot of sexual activity between Uriah and Tara on their phones.
And any discussions about those sort of orgies or foursomes, was that on everybody's phone or just some people's phones?
Uriah was making those allegations outward to other people.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
How old were they?
Who, sir?
Uriah and Tara.
They're adults.
17 and 18, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How old was Tammy?
I don't know.
She was 62.
Thank you.
Okay. The older we get, presumably the smarter we get, and don't leave as many trails as opposed to being younger, correct?
Sure.
I mean, human nature, as you get older, you sort of learn what you get in trouble for, as you get older. Right?
Some people learn from their mistakes.
Some people don't. I got you there. I'll pass the witness.
Nothing further to say, Sean.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Sugar. Have a good day.
Thank you for your time.
Calling next witness.
State would call Sita Patney.
Just so you know.
Right, may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. Or afternoon, rather. Apologies. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Sita Patnaik, Sikatatpatnaik.
And how are you currently employed?
I work as a forensic scientist at the Texas Department of Public Safety at the crime lab, which is located in Houston, Texas.
And do you have a title, or would your title be just forensic scientist?
It's forensic scientist today.
Okay. How long have you been employed with the DPS crime lab?
6 years now.
And what are your duties as part of your job in the DPS crime lab?
My duties involve visually examining items of evidence, perform chemical tests on stains that would have possible biological material, collect DNA from an item of evidence, collect those possible biological stain, prepare these samples for DNA analysis, perform DNA analysis, write reports, testify in court, and perform any other duties that are assigned to me in the lab.
And what kind of education did you need to acquire in order to be a forensic scientist for DPS?
I have a bachelor's degree in agriculture science from a university in India. Then I have a master's degree in biotechnology from Stephen F. Austin State University in Nacogdoches, Texas. And I have a PhD in biochemistry from Oklahoma State University in Oklahoma.
Now, is the DPS crime lab, could you break down for the jury how many DPS crime labs actually are there throughout the state?
There are about 16 labs in different locations throughout the state of Texas.
And which crime lab do you work for?
I work for the Houston Crime Lab.
And is the Houston Crime Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
Is this accrediting, what is the accrediting organization for the Houston Crime Lab?
So the Houston Crime Lab is accredited by Texas Forensic Science Commission and an accrediting body known as ANAB, that stands for American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And is that accrediting organization recognized by the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes, they are.
Now, what exactly is accreditation?
To be accredited means to be assessed and evaluated by an external agency to make sure that the lab and their member follow certain guidelines and standards.
And is the accreditation recognized and accepted internationally?
Yes, they are.
Have you been proficiency tested in your specific discipline?
Yes.
Now, what is your discipline? Or I guess, what's your specialty? That'd be a better way to put it.
I perform DNA in our lab is divided into 3 parts. So the first part is called the biology or the screening or forensic serology. So these words are interchangeable. Then the second part is called the DNA analysis or the analytical part. And the third part is called the DNA interpretation. So currently, I'm trained on all 3 of the parts.
And which of those 3 parts were you involved in with this specific case?
For this case, I was only involved on the first part, that was the biology of the screening.
And you have been proficiency tested in the biology part, correct?
Yes.
When was the last time you were proficiency tested?
Spring of 2025.
And what were the results?
I passed.
Are you licensed as a forensic analyst by the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes.
What did licensing require?
So licensing with Texas Forensic Science Commission requires you to have a degree, a bachelor's degree or a higher degree in one of the hard sciences. That includes either having a biology degree, chemistry degree, physics, or forensic science from an accredited university. Then you have to be employed by a lab that is recognized by the Texas Forensic Science Commission. Then you have to write an exam, a general forensic scientist and analyst exam, and you have to pass the exam. And once you pass it, you have to renew it every 2 years, and you have to fulfill certain continuing education criteria, which is about 24 hours of credit. And you can do so by attending seminars, conferences, reading literature.
And so, in addition to all of those things, would you consider that specialized training in this area, or have you taken additional specialized training?
When I joined Texas DPS, I was provided with specific training in the DNA part.
Now, have you testified in court before as an expert witness in biology?
Yes, I have.
On how many occasions?
13 times.
Does this include expert testimony in the courts of Galveston County?
This is my first testimony in Galveston.
What other counties have you testified in?
Fort Bend, Jefferson County, Orange County, Liberty, Montgomery, Walker County, Jasper.
Okay. Forgive me if I'm making you repeat yourself, but could you explain to the jury what a forensic biologist is?
So forensic biologists are scientists that use their knowledge in identifying and characterizing biological stains on items of evidence and trying to identify it, perform tests on it, and then see how they're related to the crime scene.
You're a man, first witness?
Yes.
So, Ms. Patney, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 458 and 459. Do you recognize them?
Is it okay if I reach into my...
Yes. Absolutely.
Your Honor, is it okay if I look at my notes?
Yes.
458. 459. 460. 461. 462. 463. 464. 465. 466. 467. 468. 469. 470. 471. 472. 473. 474. 475. 476. 477. 478. 479. 480. 481. 482. 483. 484. 485. 486. 487. 488. 489. 490. 491. 492. 493. 494. 495. 496. 497. 498. 499. 400. 401. 402. 403. 404. 405. 406. 407. 408. 409. 410. 411. 412. 413. 414. 415. 416. 417. 418. 419. 420. 421. 422. 423. 424. 425. 426. 427. 428. 429. 430. 431. 432. 433. 434. 435. 436. 437. 438. 439. 440. 441. 442. 443. 444. 445. 446. 447. 448. 449. 450 could you repeat the question?
Yes, so let me re-ask it a different way. When and where did you first see the state's exhibits before?
I have my initials and date for 5/6/2025 for both.
And I imagine the first place up would be in the crime lab?
That is correct, yes.
Could you explain to the jury a little bit how that happens? How do you normally get items of evidence for testing?
So when the agency brings in the item or evidence into the lab, it goes through our evidence department. So the evidence technician would then enter it into our computer system, which then generates a unique barcode and a unique case number, which is associated with any of the items that are included in the case. Once the case is received by the evidence technician, they then bring it up to the DNA vault, which requires a special access by 2 personnel with special codes to enter. So once this case was assigned to me, I, along with another analyst, we punched in our special code to go into the vault and to retrieve the evidence and bring it back to my bench area to perform analysis on.
Now, on those envelopes, is there a written line on states 458 and 459 sort of documenting who they were collected by?
Yes.
And who were they collected by?
For state exhibit 458, it says buckle swab from Uriah Urick.
And may I approach, John?
Yes.
And does it say maybe which deputy actually collected the specific sample?
It says on here that it was collected by Shabarius, and there are numbers associated. It's 8334.
Okay. And on 459, does it appear to have been collected by that same person, Ms. Shabarius?
Yes.
And would that be consistent if Ms. Shabarius testified that she collected the buckle swabs from Uriah and Tom?
I won't be able to answer that question.
No problem. So when you, how do you recognize these items here before you today?
From the unique case number that we have here on the label, it's associated with the case number that I have on the case record here, and then also from my initials and date.
And did you conduct scientific analysis of these two items?
Yes, I did.
Did you inspect states 458 and 459 for the potential presence of biological material?
These are known samples from individuals. So for known samples, I do not perform any testing. All I do is I would just collect these and I would prepare them for DNA analysis, which means that I take a small portion of it, put it into a tube, and I will label it accordingly and put it in a place where it would go through the next steps of DNA analysis.
Okay. Could you sort of go into the process of that process that you just mentioned, the DNA collection and analysis?
So if it's a stain that I need to perform, if it's a question sample, so we have question samples and known samples. So if it's a question sample, then I would perform chemical tests on it, depending on what offense type it is. So for this case, I performed a chemical test for testing for presumptive blood, which meaning like gives me an idea that it's blood, but doesn't give me 100% confirmatory that it's blood. So in this case, I performed, in a lot of the samples, I performed the presumptive blood test. But for knowns, we do not perform any testing. We would just, a small portion would be cut into a tube and would be forwarded for DNA analysis.
And specifically for states 458 and 459, do those samples appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
I have it in my notes that they were properly sealed and not tampered with.
So is there any indication that prior to your conducting a scientific analysis on these items that they were tampered with?
No, not according to my knowledge.
At this time, State would move to admit states 458 and 459. Vote, Judge.
States 458 and 459 will be admitted.
Ms. Petnick, I would like to ask you now sort of about your, how you document your findings in your analysis. Do you generate any sort of reports as part of your process?
Yes, we generate at the end of my analysis. As I'm performing my testing, I'll be taking notes for my bench notes, and at the same time, at the end of my analysis, I would generate a report.
And what are you documenting in that report, generally speaking?
So the report generally would have if or any test that I performed and the results of the tests that I performed, then if the item was collected or was not, and if for items of clothing, we generally collect possible trace or apparent trace, which is basically collecting if there's any loose hair or any other debris, then we collect those for our trace department. So if the agency requests for a trace analysis, then we can forward those for trace analysis. So these generally would be the things that will be included in the reporting statements or in my report.
And did you generate a report for this case?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah.
Ms. Petnick, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 495. Do you recognize it?
Appears to be a redacted copy of the report that I have here.
So let me ask you about that. What has been redacted from this specific exhibit?
The DNA portion of the reporting.
And is the DNA portion something that someone else can testify to?
That is correct.
So, just to make sure I'm clear, this individual report has your report findings and someone else's report findings.
That is correct.
And in this exhibit, the only thing that's been redacted is that other person's report findings.
Yes.
Okay. Other than those redactions made for evidentiary purposes, does it appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
No.
And does the unredacted portions truly and accurately reflect your report as originally submitted?
That's correct.
Your Honor, this time State would move to admit States 495 and tender to oppose counsel. Objections. No objection.
495 will be admitted.
May I vote, Your Honor?
Yes.
So just to begin, let's start with the top. Is this that individual lab number that you were referencing earlier?
That's correct.
And what is that number?
It's HOU 2502-02194.
And as we kind of move down the top of page 1 here, we can see that it came from the Galveston County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who are the suspects listed here?
King Tara Lynn and Urick Uriah Lee.
And who's listed as the victims?
Tammy Sue,
And we have two eliminations. Who are those? Where does it say?
Hodge Travis Wayne, and Bhutan Terry.
Moving on down, we start seeing evidence, description, results, and analysis, interpretation. What are we looking at here? Can you explain this part of the report to the jury?
These are the items of evidence that I performed testing on, and my reports or my results for that individual item.
And for this individual item, what item was being tested?
It was the purse from the victim's living room.
And as part of your role in the biology testing, what were your results?
My results were that presumptive testing for the presence of lead was positive. Then swabs were collected from this item and retained, and trace evidence was collected.
Moving on to page 2 of SIGS 495. The top here, this sort of blacked out section, is that the redacted section that someone else will come in and testify to later?
That is correct.
And so as part of your role, starting with 01-02, what is that? What item is it?
I did not open that item, so I did not examine that item.
Why is that? Why would you not test that?
When an agency submits a lot of items for a homicide, our policy is to perform analysis on 10 items initially. But if the agency requests for more, then we can perform testing on the rest of the items, but it has to be first 10, then the next 10, and then the next 10, till the agency says no more testing is needed. But for this case, I did perform testing on more than 10 items, but I forwarded for DNA analysis, but there were just certain items that I did not perform testing on, and the agency never requested for further testing.
So if you send more than 10 items, who makes that call about what gets tested first and what would be need to resend later?
I reached out to the agency asking them what their priorities were in terms of what items need to be tested first. So they gave me a list of items that they wanted testing on first, and I went up on their recommendation.
So if an item wasn't tested, as we see here in 01-02, 01-03, 01-04, and 01-05, that would be the investigating agency telling you to have priority for other items first. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. So moving on to 1-06-AA, what item is that? Let me ask this first. Was this item tested?
That is correct. Yes, it was tested.
And what were the results?
Results were that the presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive, and this item was collected and retained.
And then going down to the bottom of page 2 here, to 01-07-AA, was that item tested?
It was tested.
What were those results?
The presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. The item was collected and retained.
Moving on to page 3 of SIGS 495. At the top of that page, we see an item 01-08-AA. Was that item tested?
Yes, it was tested.
And what were the results of that test?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. The item was collected and retained.
I think I might have omitted this part here. Going back to 106AA, what is the item that was tested?
The item was swabs from stain on blue sheet from victim.
And on 1-07-AA, which item was that that got tested?
swabs from stain on timesheet from victim.
And this most recent one I asked you about, 1-08-AA, what item was that?
The swabs from stain on white blanket from victim.
So moving on to 1-09-AA, what item was that?
Swabs from stain on light blue sheet from victim.
And was that item tested?
The item was tested.
What were the results?
The results were presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. This item was collected and retained.
And moving down the page, we see 1-10-AA. What item is that?
It was the item 0110AA.
Yes.
Swabs from stain on Yogi Bo from victim.
Do you know what a Yogi Bo is?
I do not.
Okay. Fair. I didn't. But was it tested?
It was tested.
And what were the results?
The results were presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. This item was collected and retained.
Moving on to 01-11-AA. What is that item?
This is the blood card from Tammy King.
And was it tested?
This item was tested.
What were the results?
This item or portion of this item was collected to be used as a known reference sample.
Do you know how blood cards are collected and sent to the lab?
Usually get them from the MA's office, but I do not know anything other than that.
You don't know for sure in this case?
Yes.
On item 0-12-AA, what item is that?
The buccal swabs from Tara Lynn King.
And what did you do with that item?
This item or portion of this item was collected to be used as a known reference sample.
Then moving on to page 4 of the state's exhibit at the top here, we're looking at item 01-13-AA. What is that item?
The buccal swabs from Uriah Urick.
And what did you do with that item?
This item or portion of this item was collected to be used as a reference, known reference sample.
We're kind of backtracking a little bit here. It looks, correct me if I'm wrong, but the 3 known reference samples come from the blood card of Tammy King, the buccal swab of Tara King, and the buccal swab of Uriah Urick?
Yes, and there is one other known sample as well.
Okay, is that later on in the report?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we need to take a quick bathroom break.
All rise, adjourned.
We'll start back up at 3.
Hey, Judge, may I reapproach the Elmer?
Yes, sir.
So kind of picking up from where we left off, we have kind of a different number here with 02-01. What item is this?
There's a pillow from Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what were the results of your testing on this item?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. Samples were collected from the item and retained. Trace evidence was collected.
And moving down, we see another item, 03-01. What item is that?
Pillow from Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what were the results of your analysis?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. Samples were collected from this item and retained. Trace evidence was collected.
Moving on to page 5 here, we have item 04-01. What item is that?
Pillow from Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what were the results of your testing?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. Samples were collected from this item and retained. Trace evidence was collected.
And moving a little bit further down that list, or this page rather, we see 2 items here that haven't been redacted, 0601 and 0801. Starting with 0601, what is the item that was tested?
22 magazine with ammo, 8 cartridges from outside Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what did you do with that item?
Swabs were collected from this item and retained.
And now on towards the bottom of the screen here, what item is that?
0801?
Yes, ma'am.
1.22 long rifle caliber Smith & Wesson model SW22 Victory semi-automatic pistol, serial number UEDO345 from Uriah Urick.
And what were the results of your analysis on that?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was negative. Swabs were collected from this item and retained.
Moving on to page 6 of your report here, we see a large section on the top of page 6 that's been redacted.
Yes.
And then moving up, we see item 14-01. What is that item?
Buckle swab from Travis Wayne Hodge.
And what was done with that item?
This item or portion of this item was collected to be used as a known reference sample.
And that would have been the 4th known sample that we discussed earlier.
Yes.
Were there any other items that were tested in your report?
These were all the items that were tested and are in my report.
And so is the rest of the report kind of just documenting who was involved in the analysis and other shopkeeping measures by DPS?
That is correct.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Okay.
No question.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Call the next witness.
They would call Madison Blanche.
Read this here because she's the main witness.
Yes. judge's statement.
Right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Madison Launch, Lantzsch.
And what is your occupation?
I am a forensic scientist.
As a forensic scientist, what are your duties?
I analyze and interpret genetic data from evidence submitted to the lab. This includes drawing conclusions on DNA profiles, reviewing data, having up case reports, and reviewing them. I also testify in court when needed.
And what educational background do you have that qualifies you for your duties?
I have a bachelor's of science in biology with emphasis in forensic science and pre-medicine.
And you said you're employed as a forensic scientist, but who do you work for specifically?
I work for the Department of Public Safety Crime Lab in Houston.
And is that the same crime lab that Miss Patney works for?
Yes.
So all the accreditation questions would be the same since you guys work for the same laboratory?
Yes.
And how does your role differ from Miss Patney's?
Her role in this case was the biologist, which means that she kind of prepared the evidence for DNA analysis, and I'm the one who actually did the DNA interpretation on the evidence that was submitted that she prepared. So it's kind of like the step after hers.
And in regard to the discipline of DNA testing, have you been proficiency tested?
Yes, I have.
What was the last time you were proficiency tested?
The spring of 2025, and I passed.
Excellent. Are you licensed as a forensic analyst by the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes, I am.
And in addition to sort of the basic education, have you received any additional training to the area of DNA analysis?
Yes, I completed the DNA program for DNA analysis by the Texas DPS Crime Lab. This consisted of reading relevant literature, having quizzes on DNA analyst concepts, analyzing and interpreting practice mock samples, supervised production cases, passing an oral board, and a mock report.
And have you testified in court before as an expert witness in the area of DNA comparison?
Yes, I have.
Has this been on a few or many occasions?
Many?
About how many? If you could.
22.
20?
22.
22. Gotcha. Have you ever testified in Galveston County before?
Yes, I have.
Can you explain to the jury, speaking of DNA, what DNA is?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the blueprint of life. It goes from everything, such as our specific traits, such as hair color and eye color, to the development of our organs and limbs. It is found in every cell in the body, except for red blood cells. It is unique to every individual, except for identical twins. And you get half from your mom and half from your dad.
And where is DNA, what sources, let me rephrase that. Where can DNA come from?
DNA can come from a variety of sources, such as blood, sweat, semen, saliva, hair, and skin cells, or touch DNA.
Now, as part of your analysis, are you able to determine what source that DNA came from if you identify any DNA?
No, we cannot.
Now, how is DNA applied to a forensic setting?
In forensics, we look at certain locations on the DNA strand to determine a person's DNA profile. We can make comparisons between evidence profiles and known profiles. Since every person's DNA profile is unique, it becomes very useful in identifying individuals involved in the crime.
Now, is it possible to take DNA from biological material found at a crime scene and compare it with DNA from a known biological sample taken from a suspect and then make a comparison of those two?
Yes, this is how we can tell if an individual is included or excluded as a contributor to the evidence profile.
And that's what the comparison would tell us?
Yes.
How is a genetic profile from a crime scene sample or a reference standard generated?
So there's a 4-step process. So the first step is extraction, which is when you'll isolate and separate the DNA from the cells.
The second step is quantification. This is when we'll see how much DNA is present in the sample. The third step is amplification, which is when we'll make millions of copies of desired DNA fragments. And the fourth step is load, which is when we'll load the sample onto an instrument called a genetic analyzer, which will then send information to a genetic software, which will develop our DNA profile for us.
So does DNA, you said it was sort of the blueprint for each person. Is that a fair analysis?
Yes.
Does each individual's DNA differ from everyone else's?
Yes, everyone's DNA is unique.
Except
for identical twins. Apologies.
Except for identical twins, yes. Now, does DNA change over a person's lifetime?
No, it does not.
Did you perform certain DNA analysis in this case yourself?
Yes, I performed DNA interpretation in this case.
And when you perform that interpretation, what do you do with the data? How does it get recorded?
So the data that's associated with the case, with the evidence profiles and no profiles, all that has already went through the laboratory process before it comes to me. And so what I will receive is the DNA profiles associated with the case, and then the data that came from those 4-step processes. And then I will review them, and then I will start interpreting the DNA profiles.
And once you've made those interpretations, do you record that in like a report or any sort of standardized format?
Yes, I will type up a case report on my findings.
And did you do so in this case?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Launch. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 483. Do you recognize it?
Yes. Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is a copy of our DNA laboratory report.
Now, I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as State's 495. My question is State's 483, is this an unredacted version of the same report in State's 495?
Yes, it is.
And does this report here in 483 appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
No, it does not.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the entirety of the report?
Yes.
At this time, the State would move to admit State's 483 depiction. You may approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
So, Ms. Launch, on page 1 here, we see that first biology section that Ms. Batnick has already testified to. And on page 2 of this report, here, I'm going to zoom in to make it a little bit more easier for everyone to see. We see a section called with the heading DNA. Is that a section that you prepared?
Yes, it is.
And what was tested on this side of here?
These were the swabs from the stains of the outside of the front of the purse.
And what were your results after having analyzed the DNA data?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of 2 individuals for Tammy King as an assumed contributor. Based on likelihood ratio results, Tara Lynn King, Uriah Urick, and Travis Hodge are each excluded as a contributor to this profile.
So let me ask a question about how you word your results. Because would you be surprised to know that a lot of people want you to just say, her DNA was in fact on this item? Would that surprise you?
No, we're not.
Are you able to say that?
No, I'm not.
So as far as what you can say as a forensic scientist what are the various results that you would get from your position?
Do you mean the comparison results, or?
Yes, as in like the likelihood ratios.
So one way that we do comparisons is using a software tool called StarMix. And StarMix is just a tool that's used to help the forensic analyst perform statistical calculations and deconvolute profiles. And so the StarMix tool will generate something called a likelihood ratio, which is just a mathematical way to give weight to one scenario when compared to an alternate scenario to see how much more likely it is. That number that's given from the likelihood ratio is reflective of the strength of the comparison. So the higher the number or the higher the LR, the more strength there is for that initial scenario. So in terms of what I'd be saying with my report, is I would be saying that the probability that the evidence I have is best explained if it came from the person of interest over the probability that the evidence I have came from an unknown, unrelated individual.
Can you hear on my approach?
Yes.
Ms. Blanche, I'm going to show you what's been marked. It states 496. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is a graph of our likelihood ratio reporting results. Whatever the numerical value we get from that StarMix, you can have like a line graph, and it would determine which reporting statement we'll be using.
And did you prepare this graph yourself?
I did not make this graph myself, but it is something that was given to me by our laboratory.
Is it something that you utilize as part of your duties?
Yes.
Does it appear to have been tampered or altered with in any way?
No.
Your Honor, this time state would move to admit states 496 technical plus counsel. No objection.
496 will be admitted.
And may I publish it as needed in comparison with the So Ms. Blanche, to show the jury this graph, could you sort of explain each step along the way?
So the first one on the left is exclusionary, or this would be like exclusion. So this would be meaning that an individual is excluded as a contributor to the evidence profile. To the right of that would be limited support for exclusion. That means that there is some but not definitive support for excluding an individual. The next one would be uninformative. That means that both scenarios are equally likely to one another. So both, they could be, you can't really draw too much weight to that result. The limited support for inclusion means that there's just a limited support towards including an individual. The next would be moderate support. So there's some more support towards including an individual. Then there's strong support, which means that there's more weight or more strength towards that, the scenario of including an individual in the evidence profile. And then you have very strong support, which means that it just means that there's greater support towards that initial scenario.
And as part of your report, I'm looking on page, I believe it's page 11 here. You see a chart. Is that just a different way to express that graph that we've admitted into evidence here?
Yes.
So the minimum section for very strong support is 1 million in the likelihood ratio?
Yes.
So to move on to some of these other items, Ms. Patnaik has previously testified that some of these items were not tested. So I'm going to skip over those and go down to item 01-06AA. And what is the DNA analysis? What results do you have for that?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual and is consistent with the DNA profile from Tammy King. Tara Lynn King, Uriah Urick, and Travis Hodge are each excluded as contributor of this profile.
Now on item 0107AA, what are the DNA results here?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual and consistent with the DNA profile from Tammy Sue King. Tara Lynn King, Uriah Urick, and Travis Hodge are each excluded as contributors of this profile.
Going on to page 3 of your report, at the top of the page, start with 0108AA. What are the results of the DNA on this item?
The partial DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of 2 individuals with Tammy Sue King as an assumed contributor. Based on the likelihood ratio results, Tara Lynn King, Uriah Urick, and Travis Hodge are each excluded as contributors to this profile.
Now moving on to item 0109-AA, what are the DNA results here?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual and is consistent with the DNA profile from Tammy Sue King. Tara Lynn King, Uriah Urick, and Travis Hodge are each excluded as contributors of this profile.
Now I kind of skipped over it, but going back out here, the items that we've covered, are they all swabs from a purse and various sheets? Is that what those items are?
Yes.
And beginning here at item number 01-11-AA and 01-12-AA, what did you do, or what was done for DNA analysis for these samples?
These are known samples from the individuals involved in this case, and so we developed a known DNA profile, and we used different comparisons to the evidence profiles developed in this case.
And was a similar thing done for item 01-13-AA?
Yes.
And then later on in the report, item 14-01. It's a similar thing done there.
Yes.
So beginning on page 4 of States 483, what are the DNA results for item 02? Well, before I get into that, what is the item in item 02-01-AB?
This is a cutting from a stain on the pillow from Tara Lynn King's bedroom.
And what are the DNA results there?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. The probability of obtaining this profile, if the DNA came from Uriah Urick, is 146 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining the profile if the DNA came from an unrelated unknown individual. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Uriah Urick is a contributor of the profile. Tara Lynn King, Tammy Sue King, and Travis Hodge are each excluded as contributor of this profile.
Now, switching over briefly to States 496 is 146 septillion larger than 1 million.
146 septillion is the number 146 followed by 24 zeros.
And for reference, a million has 6 zeros?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, answer questions as to why DNA may or may not be on an individual item.
That is correct. I'm not able to say how the DNA got there, only that DNA is present and that an individual is included or excluded as a contributor to the profile.
So there's no explanation that you'd be able to give on why a pillow from Tara King's bedroom doesn't have her DNA on.
Again, I'm not allowed to say how DNA got there, just that DNA is present.
Understood. Thank you. Now, moving on to item 03-01, what item was tested here?
This was another cutting from a stain from the pillow from Tara King's bedroom.
And what are the DNA results on this item?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals with Tara King as an assumed contributor. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile, if the DNA came from Tara King and Uriah Urick, is 258 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from Tara King and one unrelated individual. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Uriah Urick is a contributor to the profile. Based on likelihood ratio results, Tammy King and Travis Hodge are each excluded as a contributor to this profile.
And kind of a similar question, is 258 septillion larger than the 1 million threshold for very strong support that we see in states 496?
Yes.
Moving on to page 5 of your report here, we'll be talking about item 04-01. What item was being tested?
This was a cutting from the stains of a pillow from Tara King's bedroom.
And what were the DNA results of that item?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals or Tara King as an assumed contributor. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tara King and Uriah Urick is 341 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from Tara King and one unrelated unknown individual. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Uriah Urick is a contributor to the profile. Based on likelihood ratio results, Tammy King and Travis Hodge are each excluded as a contributor to this profile.
Now moving on to item 0601, what is the item that was being tested and what were the results of those tests?
This was a swab from the bottom of a magazine from the outside of Tara King's bedroom. And my results were, due to insufficient data, no interpretable DNA profile was obtained. No associations or exclusions will be made.
And moving on to item 08-01, just what is that item? And then you have your DNA results on the next page. Just what is this item?
This was a long rifle caliber Smith & Wesson model SW22 Victory semi-automatic pistol from Uriah Urick.
Moving on to page 6, we see the DNA results for 08-01. What are your results?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tara King and one unknown individual is 378 quadrillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if DNA came from two unrelated unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Tara King is a contributor to the profile. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Uriah Urick and one unrelated unknown individual is 188 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from two unrelated unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Uriah Urick is a contributor to the profile. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile, if the DNA came from Tara King and Uriah Urick, is 6.98 quattrodecillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from two unrelated unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Tara Lynn King and Uriah Urick are both contributors to the profile. Based on likelihood ratio results, Tammy King and Travis Hodge are each excluded as a contributor to this profile.
Now, we've seen the number septillion a handful of times. Let's start with quadrillion. Is quadrillion around the same? How much is quadrillion?
A quadrillion is 15 zeros, so it is 378 followed by 15 zeros.
And how many zeros was after septillion?
24.
Now, how many zeros is behind quattrodecillion?
43 zeros. Or it is 6.98 followed by 43 zeros.
And lastly, we have item 14001. That's just a known reference. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I'll pass the witness, Judge. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ma'am, my name is Bill Agnew, and I represent Uriah Urick. You're sitting here to my right. I wanted to question you about one thing. There was a blanket that indicated that there were two DNA profiles. One matched Tammy King, and then one matched an unrelated individual. Do you know which one that is?
You mean 0108A?
I'm not looking at my report right now, but that's what I'm talking about.
The swab from the stain of the white blanket from the victim?
Yes. So what that means is that her DNA was on it, but you don't know who the other person's was, correct?
Yes, that is correct. The other three individuals that I did comparisons with to the profile, they were excluded.
So, I mean, I'm not trying, but I mean, one of the eliminations, one of the people that listed in the elimination was Terry Udden. Did y'all not test his DNA?
I did not.
Okay. So that was not used for comparison then?
I only did comparison with the knowns that were submitted to our laboratory.
Okay. And so maybe it wasn't submitted then, but it just lists there on the eliminations that Terry Udden is one of the people, and I was wondering if his DNA was tested as well, but it doesn't sound like it was.
We never received a known, to my recollection, from Terry Hutton.
Okay. That's what it is. Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. David. Our next witness.
The state will show you later.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Windsor. Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Shane, S-H-A-N-E, Windsor, W-I-N-D-S-O-R.
Mr. Windsor, how are you currently employed?
I'm a forensic scientist with the Texas Department of Public Safety, Crime Laboratory Division, in the Firearms and Tool Mark section.
What does it take as far as education and training to become a forensic scientist?
For the firearms and tool marks section, we require a Bachelor's of Science degree in a natural science. That can be biology, chemistry, or depending on the course material, a forensic science degree may satisfy the requirements. And then upon being hired by the Department of Public Safety, we have it can be anywhere between an 18-month and a 2-year in-house training process.
And did you go through all of that education and training processes?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
When was it that you first became employed as a forensic scientist?
I started with DPS in our McAllen laboratory in 2008, and I transferred to the Houston laboratory in 2012.
And as far as DPS Crime Lab, are all DPS Crime Labs accredited?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there any sort of licensure or certification in which you must hold in order to be a forensic scientist at the DPS Crime Lab?
It's not required by DPS, but the state of Texas does require forensic scientists to be licensed.
And with that licensure, is it one that once you have, you keep forever, or do you have to have continuing education or recertification?
You're required to reapply and be approved every 2 years, and there is a continuing education component to that process.
And do you currently hold that licensure?
Yes, ma'am.
You stated previously that you were in the firearms and tool marks section, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
Ma'am.
That was a vague question, I apologize. So previously we've heard from individuals at DPS in the DNA and biology section. What does firearms and tool marks section, what does that mean? What are you looking at?
We're routinely asked to compare fired components recovered from a crime scene, such as fired bullets and fired cartridge cases, to other fired components, or if one is recovered, a particular firearm.
And whenever you are assigned a case, first off, how does it get assigned to you?
Once the case is submitted to the laboratory, my supervisor will be informed of the case number, and she will assign it to me when I'm ready.
Once it has been assigned to you, what do you do?
The first step is I gather the evidence from our secured vault. I'll then take it back to my workstation where I'll check to make sure that the packaging is intact. I will then open each piece of evidence to make sure that what's listed on the submission form is what was actually submitted. From there, I will then proceed with my analysis.
When an item comes to you, or a piece of evidence to be examined, does it have any sort of identifiable number that lets you know it belongs to a certain case?
Usually when I get it, there will be the agency case number that is written on the evidence from the agency. And then at the time of submission, our laboratory will put a unique laboratory barcode sticker on the outer packaging material.
And does that unique laboratory number stick with the case throughout its entire movement within DPS?
For the most part, yes, ma'am. The only time it wouldn't is if the evidence was returned to the agency and then the agency submitted it back to the laboratory but didn't tell us that it had already been previously submitted, then it might get a new case number.
But is it fair to say a general rule of thumb is that it would maintain the same one unless a certain circumstance, like you said, occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Once it is at your desk and you said you kind of analyze everything and get it ready, what sort of processes do you do first?
After I've opened the evidence and made sure everything that is listed on the submission form was actually submitted, I will then begin by looking at the fired components, such as the fired bullets and fired cartridge cases, to determine possible class characteristics and if there are marks suitable for comparison. If I see marks that are suitable for comparison and there are multiple fired components of the same type submitted, I will then compare the evidence together to see if they came from one firearm or multiple firearms.
When you say class characteristics, what does that mean?
I'm looking for marks that were imparted on the evidence that were intended by the manufacturer. Some examples would be the shape of a firing pin in the primer of a cartridge case, or the number of lands and grooves, or the widths of the lands and grooves imparted onto the bullet as it passes through the barrel.
And you stated then you see if there's any markings suitable for comparison, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you perform that comparison if they are suitable?
I would put the items of evidence under a comparison microscope, which is a specialized microscope we use that has two zoom bodies attached by an optical bridge. What that lets me do is look at two separate items of evidence, and then when I look through the eyepieces, the microscope puts them side by side so I can see both items at the exact same time.
And now, earlier you were talking about all the different things that you may be examining or testing, and I want to specifically ask, are you able to visually see whether or not a bullet has been fired or not fired?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that may sound like a silly question, but are you able to tell if something submitted to you is an unfired round versus a spent shell casing? Is that an easier way to say it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you able to explain to the jury how you can visually see that difference?
Most commonly, if you're looking at an unfired cartridge, the bullet will still be in the cartridge case versus a fired cartridge case, which will not have the bullet. However, if you want to go further than that, if you look at the primer, a fired cartridge case will have a firing pin impression, and an unfired cartridge will not have a firing pin impression.
And so when you're trying to do these comparisons to match something to a firearm, are you comparing unfired rounds or a spent cartridge casing?
We can do both. Normally we're looking at fired cartridge cases, but we have been asked in the past to look at unfired cartridges to see if they were cycled in a particular firearm.
What do you mean by cycled?
That'd be the cartridge was moved from the magazine into the chamber of the firearm and then extracted out of the firearm.
Now, did a time come where you were asked to perform analysis in a case title or with the case number HOU 2502-02194?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it that you were asked to analyze in that case?
In that particular case, there were several firearms that were submitted. There were several unfired cartridges that were submitted, and there was a fired cartridge case and a fired bullet.
Now, may I approach the exhibits?
Yes.
Marked as states 116, 117, 118, and 431. These have already been admitted into evidence, but will you let me know if you recognize these items?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And are these all items in which you performed an analysis in that same HOU case number I just read?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you able to, and I can leave these with you, are you able to tell me what those items are?
These specific items or the content?
Yeah, the contents of each of the 4 items.
Can I go inside? Or?
Absolutely, they've already been admitted.
So State's Exhibit 431 was a fired bullet. State's Exhibit 118 was an unfired .22 caliber cartridge. State's Exhibit 117 was a fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge case. And State's Exhibit 116 was an unfired .22 caliber cartridge.
Thank you, sir. So just to be clear, we had one, you said fired bullet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
2 unfired .22 rounds. And then one shell casing of a different type of caliber. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach some different? Alright, sir, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's 491. Without telling me what it is, will you let me know if you recognize this item or the contents within it?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize it?
On the box, there is the laboratory sticker with the unique laboratory case number, but there's also, in my own handwriting, that unique laboratory case number, the item number that our computer system assigned to, in this case, the box, my initials and the date, and then inside, I also saw that unique laboratory case number, item number, initial, and date on the contents inside.
Has the contents in the box been changed or altered in any way?
Aside from the box being opened, it does not appear to be so.
Your Honor, statements to admit State's 491 have been tendered to opposing counsel.
Objection.
491 will be admitted.
All right. You want it? What is inside State's 491?
Specifically, there is a .22 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol. There is a holster made of leather. There is the test material that I made during my testing, and there is a properly sealed brown paper bag.
And now, is that firearm connected to this box?
Yes, ma'am. It's zip tied to the box.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish the contents of the box to the jury?
Yes.
Mr. Windsor, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's 492. Without telling me what it is, will you let me know if you recognize this item?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
Once again, on the box, there is, in my handwriting, the unique laboratory case number, the item number, my initials, and the date.
And does it appear to have been changed or altered in any way other than it being opened?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, statements to admit states 492.
Any objection?
No objection.
492 will be admitted.
And may I publish to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
So are all of these items we just looked at items in which you performed an analysis on?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you have firearms, I know previously we talked about how you did comparisons on different types of ammunition. How do you perform analysis on firearms?
The first thing we do is document its general characteristics, its make, its model, the serial number, its general rifling characteristics, which is the number of lands and grooves in the barrel and the direction of the twist. And then we'll examine the safeties to make sure everything is functioning as it should. Once that's done, we'll then take some ammunition provided by the laboratory into our range, and we'll test fire it to generate samples that we can use for comparisons.
And once you make those comparisons, how do you document it?
We have a standardized worksheet that we use to document the steps of our analysis for both firearms, projectiles, and cartridge cases.
And what do you do with that information?
Once we've completed our analysis, we'll use our notes to help create the report that gets released and sent to the agency.
And so ultimately, at the end of your analysis, you have a report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Mr. Windsor, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as States 485. Can you let me know if you recognize this document?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize it?
At the top of the report is that unique laboratory case number. And on page 2 is my electronic signature.
And is this a report that you created?
Yes, ma'am.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
Aside from the state's exhibit sticker, no, ma'am.
Thank you. Your Honor, statements to admit States 485.
No objection.
States 485.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Alright, Mr. Windsor, I want to kind of go through this log report in sections, if that's alright. Where do you get this information here at the top?
The laboratory case number, the section designation, and the issue date are all generated by our laboratory information management system.
And then we move down here where it starts, it says Rachel Martin, all the way down to eliminations. What are we looking at here, and where do you get that information?
That's information provided to the laboratory by the submitting agency on our submission form. Generally, it contains the agency's information as well as the names and dates of birth of victims, suspects, and any additional samples that they would like to provide to the laboratory.
Then we have this section where there's requested analysis. What does that mean?
That section is just what service the agency would like conducted by the laboratory.
And then our next section which says evidence description. What are we looking at here?
That is the itemization of the items that were submitted to the laboratory. The whole number, for example, the 05 at the top, is the outer packaging of the item that was submitted. And then underneath it, the 5-01, 502, and 5-03 are the actual items themselves.
And is states 116, 117, and 118 those three items you just described? 0501, 0502, and 0503.
States Exhibit 116 is item 5-01 on my report. States 117 is 5-02. And states 118 is 5-03.
And then it's right at the bottom of your report. I'm going to move it up in a second. I'm going to have you look at states 431. And will you let me know what item number on your report that corresponds to?
States number 431 is item 11-01 on my report.
Is that what we see here, the one fired bullet?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to move to the next page of your report. What are these items we're looking at here?
Item 12-01 was the rifle that was previously shown to the jury. And item 13 is the brown box that contained the Smith & Wesson pistol, which is item 13-01.
And are these extra items, I know you mentioned when we saw at 13-01, there was some holster and other items inside that box.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I want to go through your actual analysis and findings. So can you tell me what this very first section is?
The first paragraph of results is my results of the individual firearms as they were submitted to the laboratory.
And we see 4 listed here, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to tell us, just to be clear for everybody, which 2 were the ones that have been submitted into evidence?
The Smith & Wesson pistol, which on my laboratory report is item 8-01, which was the first item there, and the Ruger rifle, which on my report was item 12-01, which would be the third firearm listed.
So the Smith & Wesson is the one in the brown box, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the Ruger rifle 12-01 is that long white rifle box, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now go ahead and let's move to this second, or I guess first, what can you tell us about the Smith & Wesson pistol?
At the time of submission, the Smith & Wesson pistol was not functional because the pistol has a magazine disconnect safety, which means the firearm will not operate if a magazine is not inserted into the firearm. A magazine was not submitted to the laboratory, so I had to manually make it functional in order to generate test material.
So ultimately, it wasn't that the firearm was not working, it was because of a safety mechanism that required a magazine, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the third rifle, or the third firearm noted the Ruger rifle, what can you tell us about that firearm?
The Ruger rifle was functional as submitted.
Now, as far as we talked earlier, that there are different types of caliber ammunition. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Would the Smith & Wesson pistol, I apologize, and the Ruger rifle fire the same type of ammunition or different?
They are different calibers.
Are you able to tell the jury what calibers each of those firearms are?
The Smith & Wesson is a .22 long rifle caliber, which is a rather small round. The Ruger rifle is 5.56 by 45 millimeter, which is also known as a 223 Remington caliber, which is a rather small, long rifle cartridge.
I want to kind of skip this middle paragraph for a minute and come down to this third one first. Can you let us know what your analysis is in that third paragraph?
In the third paragraph, I was asked to compare the two unfired cartridges that were submitted to the both the Smith & Wesson and the, I believe, Ruger pistol. In my analysis, I ended up not having to compare it to the Ruger pistol, but the analysis to the Smith & Wesson pistol was that it was inconclusive, meaning I could not identify or eliminate it as having been cycled in that Smith & Wesson pistol.
So 5-01 and 5-03 we previously discussed were states 116 and 118, correct?
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I did compare it to the Ruger pistol. That's my mistake. That comparison was also inconclusive.
And I apologize. So the lab number 5-01 and 5-03, those are states 116 and 118, correct? We spoke of earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you say that your analysis was inconclusive due to the lack of agreement or disagreement in class characteristics of individual marks. However, is that caliber what would be fired through either the Smith & Wesson pistol or the Ruger pistol? Is that correct?
The cartridges were of the same caliber as those two pistols. Yes, ma'am.
So those live rounds could functionally be fired through either of those guns. We just can't say if they ever cycled through them. Is that a fair way to put it?
Both of those cartridges could be inserted into the chamber and discharged. However, I cannot determine if that happened in this case.
Now I want to circle back up to this middle section. What is it that you are comparing in the middle paragraph?
In the middle paragraph, I was asked to compare the fired cartridge case and the fired bullet to the Ruger rifle.
What was your analysis of both of these comparisons?
Both the fired cartridge case and the fired bullet were identified as having been fired by the Ruger rifle.
That's us talking about this long white box we previously showed the jury, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the fired cartridge case 05 or 5-02 is states 117, correct? Oh, if I can zoom it out.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I notice on here it says live round, but you examined this item, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that item a live round?
I would not call it a live round. I would call it a fired cartridge case.
And is that what we see up at the top where there it says spent cartridge case?
Yes, ma'am.
And so states 117, you can say was fired out of the large white rifle box, the gun within it.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you able to say the location that this was located?
Do you want me to read it, ma'am?
If you would.
I believe it's 4723 15th Street. I'm not sure what the last word is.
Does Bacliff look about right?
Could be.
Okay. And then in case 431 is that item 11-01 that you examined.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me the location from where this projectile was recovered?
On the envelope, it's written as the ME's office.
And is what your lab report telling us is that this projectile, or I believe your phrase for it, I don't use the right terminology, is the fired bullet. Those were both, that was fired from the long rifle that's inside the white box.
Yes, ma'am.
And at risk of being redundant, just to be very clear, this spent shell casing found at 4723 15th Street and the fired bullet located in the ME's office in Mrs. King both came from that rifle, correct?
I don't know the person from the bullet, but I identified both the bullet and the cartridge case to the Ruger rifle.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
No questions.
Thank you, sir. You're released from your subpoena.
The state would call Detective Angelica Hudson.
Can I see the attorneys or take a quick break? All right, I want to see the attorneys. Can I take a quick break? Parties are present, and I believe we have a witness. Okay. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Angelica Hudson, ANGELICAHUDSON.
And Detective Hudson, how are you currently employed?
I currently work for the Galveston County Sheriff's Office as a detective.
How long is it that you've been a detective with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately, I've been with the Galveston County Sheriff's Office for 12 years. I began my career in 2013, and I was on patrol first.
Now, so you said you've been with the Sheriff's Office for, you said 12 years?
12 years, yes.
And you began in 2013?
Correct.
What was the first role you had in 2013 with the Sheriff's Office?
I was a patrol officer.
How long was it that you were on patrol with the Sheriff's Office?
3 years.
Let me go backwards first. Before 2013, were you in law enforcement or something else?
In law enforcement.
When did you first become a member of law enforcement?
1998.
And what did you do in order to become a member of law enforcement?
I attended a police academy at the University of Texas Police Academy in Austin.
And is there any sort of certification in which you must hold in order to become a licensed peace officer?
Yes, at the end of the police academy, you take a state test through TCO, and if you pass that exam, you receive your basic peace officer license.
And is your basic peace officer license something that once you have it forever, or do you need to have any sort of continuing education?
There's a continuing education, constant training you must take within the 2 years of each cycle, and it just depends on if you have the basic, intermediate, or master peace officer license, what classes you need to take.
And which of those peace officer licenses do you hold?
A master peace officer license.
And what is different from a master peace officer license versus a basic peace officer license?
Basic is you take certain courses. When you get to be masters, you have more years of service, more years of experience, more training through TCO.
Now, once you passed your teacher certification, what was the first job you had within law enforcement?
I worked for the University of Texas Police Department, where I was a police dispatcher for 5 years.
And where did you go after that?
After that, I was a patrolman.
Sorry.
With the same agency for approximately 2 years.
After that, where did you go next?
In October of 2006, I worked for the Dickinson Police Department as a patrol officer.
And how long were you with the Dickinson Police Department?
7 years.
And were you always a patrol officer, or did you hold any other roles there?
I was also the field training officer, also an officer in charge. Basically, when the supervisor wasn't there, I assumed that role.
And is that when you moved to Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
In 2013.
How long was it that you were on patrol with the Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 3 years.
And where did you move to within the Sheriff's Office after that 3 years?
In 2016, I was promoted to sergeant over the Bacliff division.
How is that different from being on patrol?
Being on patrol, you're the first responder. When you receive a call, you go to the house or you call them. As a sergeant for the Bacliff division, I was responsible for 3 buildings. This building, security for this building. I also did the payroll administrative duties.
So 2 very different but important roles within the Galveston County Sheriff's Office. Is that fair?
Yes.
Where did you move to after being a sergeant in the Bacliff division?
In 2021, I was promoted to the rank of detective in the Major Crimes Unit.
And what is a detective? What do you do as one within the Major Crimes Unit?
So as a police officer, you respond to the call. If an offense has been committed, they take the offense report, the initial offense report. We follow up on those offense reports. We work anything from a theft, an assault, burglary, to crimes against children, to homicides. Now,
Before I get into a little bit more of what it is to be a detective, do you have any other extra training or certifications that if I asked you for a highlight reel, what would you tell me?
I carry right now I have a bachelor's of science in criminal justice with a minor in psychology. I also have over 4,200 hours in TCO training, and in those training hours, I've taken homicide investigation, intermediate interview interrogation training.
And are those all extra trainings that assist you as a major crimes detective?
Yes.
Now, when you were a major crimes detective, you gave us a list of some of the types of cases you may be investigating, but how does a case get assigned to you?
Two ways. Your supervisor either assigns you a case or you're the on-call detective.
What does it mean to be the on-call detective?
Every 8 weeks, it's a rotation list. When you're on call, you begin on that Monday, you follow it to the following Monday. You receive all the calls. If something occurs within the city or Galveston County, then you respond to the call if they need you.
And as far as Galveston County, what areas of Galveston County falls under the sheriff's office purview, or is it all of it? How does that work?
It's mainly the unincorporated areas of Galveston County. We respond to Bacliff, which is also Bayshore, San Leon and Bacliff. There's some parts in Santa Fe, Dickinson, and Bolivar Peninsula, Crystal Beach, those areas.
And then are y'all also available to assist any of the other agencies within the county?
Yes.
Now, when you're the on-call detective, you stated that you get calls coming in from these areas, correct?
Correct.
How do you determine whether or not it's something that you need to respond to?
The patrol deputy, when he responds to it, if he thinks he needs some help, he'll call you. He'll give you the details of the call, and at that time, if it's serious, like this case, you respond to it.
So, since we mentioned this case, I want to focus our attention towards February 6th of 2025. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
Were you an on-call detective or not that week?
Yes, I was the on-call detective.
Did you get a call as the on-call detective that led us to be here today?
Yes.
What was that?
I received a call from Deputy Touch, who responded to a welfare check.
And why was it that you were called?
He he said it was a possible homicide and needed detective and crime scene to respond.
And I know, so Deputy Couch says it's a possible homicide.
Right.
If there is any decedent on scene, does the sheriff's office typically send a detective out?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because we respond to suicides, we respond to homicides, because we follow up on those, and we have more training than the patrol officer that responds to it. We've been trained to look for certain things.
When you answered that call from Deputy Couch, was there a location in which you responded to?
Yes.
What was that?
4723 15th Street, Galveston County, Texas.
Thank you. And what type of location was this?
It was a residential.
And what did that location look like?
It was a single-story home. It was a typical household.
Once you arrived, what was the first thing that you did?
I spoke to Deputy Touch. I also made contact with the crime scene investigators that were already on scene.
And who were those?
It was Patrick Ryan, Angela Schaefers, and Rachel Martin.
Once you made contact with those individuals, what was the purpose of those contacts?
To get the details of the call, to see what else transpired since they last called me.
After you got that information from the crime scene investigators and Deputy Couch, what was the next thing that you either observed or did?
I contacted my supervisor. They're responsible for sending more additional units if I need assistance.
And at that point, did you determine if it was better to have more detectives come on in?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Because there was several things that must be done to follow up on a homicide.
And is it fair to say that certain types of cases may need more hands helping than other types?
Yes.
And so is a homicide one of those bigger cases?
Correct.
Once you contacted your supervisor, what was the next step that you did?
I saw that Detective Bernard arrived on scene. There was also a witness on scene who was in the driveway.
What was that witness's name?
Terry Utton.
Now, without telling me anything Mr. Utton said, what was his demeanor? How did he seem?
He seemed distraught. He seemed sad. At times he was crying. And then he told me she's in there.
After you spoke to Mr. Utton, what is the next thing that you did?
I did an initial walkthrough of the residence. I checked the interior, the exterior, just to assess what occurred.
And generally, what was your observations upon doing a walkthrough of that home?
As I entered the living room, I saw that there was a purse on the floor. It had some red stains on it. There was cards laying around it. A driver's license. I looked over. There was a Christmas tree in the living room, and there was guns leaning against the wall. I noticed that there was a bag of dog food, some containers of water, and I continued further into the house.
What did you observe further into the house?
I went into the dining room. There was a dining room table, a large freezer, and then I went into the kitchen. There were some dirty dishes in the sink, some trash in the trash can, just normal stuff in the kitchen.
Did you move to another room after that?
Yes, I turned around and there was a hallway leading off the dining room area that contained 2 bedrooms and a restroom or a bathroom.
Did you go into either of those bedrooms?
Yes, I went to all the rooms in the house.
What was the first room in which you went to?
There was a bedroom that had a bed in it with, it looked like a girl's room because I saw a Hello Kitty mirror on top of a desk. There's posters on the wall. It was dirty. There was items just all over the place, clothes. There was a pillow on top of the bed. I recall there being some blood on it. There was also another pillow underneath the desk, and I noticed some blood on that. There were water bottles full of urine, just Dr. Pepper cans everywhere.
And that area under the desk with the pillow and the bottles of urine, what did that area appear to be to you?
It appeared like someone was laying there, just staying underneath there for comfort. There was water. There was a bag that was pushed against the wall, and it had empty bottles of water. It appeared like someone was staying under there, and they were urinating in these water bottles and then putting them to the side. Also, I found some underneath the bed.
After you observed that room, where was the next place that you went?
There was a like a plastic bucket or a container. I noticed that there was in the hallway, there was right by the door frame, there was a magazine, and it had the initials JK written in black marker.
Did you learn through your investigation what that JK meant?
Yes, JK stand for J.C. King, and he also went as Butch.
And who was that?
He was deceased. He was Tara's grandpa and Tammy's husband.
And you stated there was a magazine lying there?
Yes, with those initials.
After observing that magazine, where did you go next?
I went right, which was the bathroom. It was the typical bathroom. There was I did observe some pajama bottoms on the floor, but there was nothing that stood out in that room.
And where'd you next?
I went down the hallway, the opposite end of the hallway, and in the bathroom. And there was another bedroom, but it looked like it was used for storage.
Was there a bed or anything that appeared like someone slept in there?
No.
After going through that storage room, where was the next location that you went?
I was informed that there was an additional room leading off the kitchen, and I didn't see it at first because it was covered with like a sheet. And so I pulled back the sheet, and it was an entryway to the back of the house. There was a door back there.
And did you observe anything out of place or of note in that back room?
Yes, you couldn't get through it. It was blocked by a washer, and there was also like some containers that were pulled forward. It appeared like someone was trying to block that door.
And do you know if that door in fact was blocked? Could you open that door?
No.
After going through that room with the laundry appliances, where did you go next?
I went back to the dining room table, dining room area, and there was a master bedroom in the back.
Now let's talk about the master bedroom. What did you observe within that bedroom?
So as you walk in, you see a body laying on the bed. She's faced up and she's unresponsive. She has a smell of decomposition. And I noticed there's several sheets on her face and kind of on her chest area.
Did that strike you as abnormal?
Yes,
Why?
because she wasn't moving, she wasn't speaking. It was just, we knew that there was a death, but we didn't know at that time what occurred to her.
And the way the sheets and linens were positioned, did that seem like something natural or that was normally on the bed, or how did that appear to you?
No, it appeared like someone put these sheets on her face.
Other than, or did you identify who that woman was?
Yes.
Who was it?
Tammy King.
And other than what you observed about Miss King and her positioning on the bed, what else did you notice about that bedroom?
It looked like it was ransacked. There was items like pills on the floor. As you go around the bed, there was a safe that was like a small portable safe that was by her foot. There were some papers on the floor that belonged to, it was a deed paperwork. Over by the safes, they were open. And right near the safes, there was a big blue container that had guns in it. There was just items just thrown on the floor around the safes.
And did the contents of the safe appear like they'd been gone through? Was it empty, full? What did you observe there?
It was empty, like they moved those guns into that container that was right by it.
And just to be clear, we don't have any way of knowing what was in the safe, or you didn't at that time have any way of knowing what was in that safe previously, correct?
No, correct.
But you could tell that it seemed like things had been removed. Is that fair?
Right. It was more ransacked in that area specifically.
What else did you see besides that ransacking of the safe area?
There were clothes, but there were some that were folded. There were some that were on the floor. I noticed that it was just, there was a restroom and there was like a mattress, like a foam mattress pushed against the door. You couldn't go into the restroom.
Was there anything else within that bedroom that you observed, or did you start moving to another step in your investigation?
No. So after I saw that, I exited the house.
And what did you do after exiting the home?
I went around the corner. I was told that entry was made in a window on the side of the house. So I went to look at that, and the window was broken.
And was that the only entry point that you saw in the house, or is that how you knew that someone had gone in?
Someone had gone in, but there was another entry.
Where was that?
On the back of the door. On the back of the house, there was a door, and the window was broken on that, but there was no way to open that door.
And did you learn who had broken both the back door and that side window?
Yes.
Who was that?
Terry.
After observing those windows kind of around the house, what was the next thing that you did?
I went, there was like a carport shed, and I glanced in there, and it was just typical, just hard work, lawn care, and things that you would find in a garage.
After observing that, how was that carport covered or closed?
It was just a tarp. It wasn't, there was no door on it.
After observing that carport with the tarp, what did you do next?
I went to speak to Detective Bernard, and at that time, we spoke to Terry.
Without telling me what anything said, after speaking to Terry, did you know if there was anybody else that was supposed to be in that home?
Yes.
Who else was supposed to be in that home?
Tara King.
And do you recall how old Tara King was at the time?
17, I believe.
Once you knew there was supposed to be somebody else in that home, what was the next thing that y'all did?
So after the interview with Terry, it was decided that Detective Bernard would draft a search warrant.
Why is it that you draft a search warrant to go into a home?
There was no one there to give us consent, and Tara also had an expectation of privacy, so a search warrant was drafted.
And once that search warrant was drafted, what did you do next?
Once it was signed, crime scene investigators went in to process the scene.
And did you go in at the same time with them, or what were you doing?
No, so when they process the scene, they have to take pictures, and no one is allowed in the house until they're finished with the pictures.
After, back up a little bit, about what time was it that you got sent out to this scene?
So it was the morning of the 7th. They contacted me. Can I look at my notes real quick?
Absolutely. If you want to refresh your memory and then look up at me once you feel refreshed.
I don't have the accurate So I was contacted on February 6th at 2300 hours, but I didn't respond until after on the 7th, the morning of the 7th.
And is it because 2,300 hours is 11 o'clock at night?
Yes.
So when you responded, it had crossed over that midnight hour.
Correct.
So at this point, when crime scene is taking all of their photos, are we still moving into the early morning hours of February 7th, Friday?
Yes.
After they take all of their initial photos, what happens next?
Then we, detectives arrived, additional detectives arrived on scene, and then we started searching the house for anything that would lead us to where Tara was at.
And what sort of things, if any, did you observe within the house that to you were pertinent or that made you take note?
Just that she wasn't there. I returned back to that white freezer because since we found Tammy in the house deceased, I was just checking to make sure she wasn't anywhere in the house.
And was there any sign of Tara still being inside the home?
No.
While y'all were searching the house, what else did you observe?
Just that it just didn't seem right. She was missing. The dog or animal that she had was missing. And at that time, the medical examiner arrived after the house was, the crime scene investigator processed the scene.
And when the medical examiner investigator arrives, what do they do? What is their purpose?
So they go and they look at the body. They determine what occurred.
And at that point, did you observe Mrs. King?
Yes.
Previously, when you spoke about Mrs. King, she had some sheets and linens and things on top of her, correct?
Yes.
Did you observe Mrs. King as those items were removed?
Yes, so they took a video recording of the items, the sheets taken off her face, like one by one.
And what did you observe?
I observed she had an injury to the left side of her head.
And from your training and experience, did you have an opinion as to what that injury was from?
Yes, it was a gunshot wound.
After observing the medical examiner investigator and the blankets coming off of Mrs. King, what was the next thing that you did?
So at that point, we determined it was a homicide. CID began working as a team.
And is that something y'all typically do?
Yes, on big scenes like that, yes.
And when you say you start working as a team, what does that mean?
We began looking for people to interview, witnesses. We also canvassed the area for video.
And do you know if video was located?
Yes.
What was that?
There was cameras on a house across the street from Tammy's house.
And who collected those videos?
Detective Espinosa.
Now, while you were doing these interviews and canvasses, did you learn of any other individual who you may be looking for?
Yes.
Who was that?
At first we knew him as Percy, and then we later found out it was Uriah Urick.
And what relationship did Percy or Uriah Urick have to Tammy and Tara King?
It was Tara's boyfriend and just an acquaintance or a friend of Tammy's.
Okay. And once you knew you were now looking for Tara and Uriah, did you know how old Uriah was at this time?
Yes.
How old was he?
18.
Now, what did you do? What were you able to do with the information that you were looking for a Tara and a Uriah? Is there anything that can be done when a 17 or 18-year-old cannot be found?
Yes.
What is that?
So Tara was entered into NCIC as a missing person.
Why just Tara?
Because she was missing from the house.
And is that because we didn't know whether or not Uriah had even been there?
Right.
So once you enter Tara in as a missing person, what else do you do?
So as you enter or enter as a missing person, the surrounding agency will know, and in case they come in contact with them or her. And then there was a press release on the Gadsden County Sheriff's Office Facebook posted.
And is that something that is typical for the Sheriff's Office to do?
Yes.
And why is that? What is the hope when y'all enter a press release out on social media?
If anybody has come in contact with that person, they'll call us. We'll provide a phone number. My number was on there as well as dispatch.
So is it fair to say it's kind of a hope for community support?
Correct.
Now, when you posted that press release on Facebook, was there anything else that you were working on, or that you also did? I apologize.
Yes. We began looking for Tammy's phone in League City.
And why were you looking in League City?
Because we received information that they might be in League City.
They being Tara and Uriah?
Uriah.
And you said you were looking for Tammy's phone, correct?
Correct.
And is it because you're getting information that Tammy's phone might be sending information from League City? Where or who went and looked in League City?
Sergeant Mitchell Stevenson and Detective Brian Bernard.
Were they able to locate Tara or Uriah in League City on Friday?
No.
Due to that press release, did you start getting any information?
Yes, several people called. Over 20 people called, and we began interviewing people.
Did you begin interviewing people on that Friday?
Yes.
Who all did y'all interview on Friday?
So we interviewed Shauna Bridgen, Nathaniel Anderson, Christian Atkins, and Rigoberto Peristiada.
And just generally, I'm going to ask kind of the relationship of each of these people. Who was Shauna Bridgen, and how was she related to anyone involved in this case?
She is Uriah's mother.
Okay. And Nathan Anderson is whom?
Nathan Anderson is a friend of Tara's.
And then Christian Atkins?
That's the same.
And Rigoberto Garcieta?
And the same.
So you made contact with all of these individuals, and what was the next thing that you did or next step in your investigation?
Can I look at my notes?
Absolutely.
So then from those interviews, we were able to come up with a timeline of events of Tara and Uriah.
And what timeline roughly what was the first thing that you were able to determine as part of the timeline?
That Tammy died the morning of February 5th.
And what sort of things led you to that determination?
Because of information we received from Instagram.
And how do you receive information from Instagram?
Search warrants. You obtain a search warrant, you send it to the law enforcement portal, and Meta will respond back if they have any information on that account.
Now, you determined from the Instagrams that Tammy King died the morning of, you said the 5th, correct?
Okay.
And that is February 5th?
Correct.
And that is a Wednesday, correct?
Yes.
Now, what was the next step in the timeline that you were able to determine?
From the video we obtained from across the street, we knew that a black Nissan belonging to Rigoberto arrived at Tammy's house.
Do you know about what time that was?
I don't recall now.
If the surveillance video said 12:48, would that sound about right to your memory?
Yes. Yes, it was correct.
All right. So Rigoberto picks them up a little after lunch time. What is the next part of the timeline that you're able to determine?
So Rigoberto drives them to a location in Pearland where Christian Atkins works.
And then where do they go from there?
So they wait for Christian Atkins to get off of work, and at that time, he drives them to his house in League City.
Now, we heard League City a little bit earlier in this story talking about Tammy's phone. Is the area you were looking for Tammy's phone roughly where Christian Atkins' home was? After learning that they went to stay at Christian Atkins' house in League City, what was the next part of the timeline you were able to determine?
So they stay at Christian Atkins' house till that Friday, which was the 7th.
And are you able to determine where they went to after Friday?
Yes, so Travis Hodges picks them up from Christian's house and transports them to Laredo.
And how do you know that Travis transports them to Laredo?
Because Travis's lien holder is Lone Star Motors, and his car is equipped with a GPS.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I can't do that. Your Honor, I'm to investigate 489 and 490, which is the Lone Star Records GPS data and the accompanying DRA.
Okay.
489 and 490 will be admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
So you stated the lien holder had GPS on the vehicle, correct, Jim?
Yes.
And what company was the lien holder?
Lone Star Motors.
Now, when you reached out to Lone Star Motors, how did they deliver that GPS data to you?
Through email on an Excel spreadsheet.
So start pretty zoomed out, but it's just page 490, that large Excel spreadsheet that Lone Star Motors sent you.
Yes.
What date was it that you said Travis picked them up?
On the 7th, February 7th, which is a Friday.
Okay. No. I'll try that a secondary way. All right. Try that again. Are you able to tell me this first date and time, what that location is?
February 3rd, 2025.
Zoom in a little bit more. Right.
February 7th, 2025.
At what time?
1:14 p.m.
And where is Travis Hodge at that time?
Galveston.
Now let's move forward. What is our next timestamp?
February 7th, 2025, 7:44 p.m.
What location is Travis at?
League City.
And are you familiar with this area?
That's the main, it was the main road in League City.
And is that close or far from where Christian Athens was living?
I don't know exactly where, I know that Christian Athens lives at 310 Waco.
And we know that's in League City?
Correct.
Okay. So we see Travis is in the same city that Uriah and Tara live in, correct? Okay. Where's the next location that Travis goes to?
The location in Alvin, Texas. Yes, in Alvin, Texas.
And then about 2.5 hours later at 10:44, where are they?
Lewis, Texas.
Are you familiar with where Louise is?
Yeah, 59, I'm assuming south. I don't know exactly.
No problem. And 59 generally, where does 59 run through?
Through Houston.
And then does it also go south towards Mexico? Like
Yes. Yes.
Okay. After Louise at 10:44, where do you see them next?
Overton, still on 59.
Okay. And then about an hour after that at 2:59 a.m., what location are they in?
Laredo, Texas.
What is significant about Laredo in this case?
Because that's where we located Tara and Uriah.
So what did this GPS data help tell you as part of your timeline?
When they were in Laredo.
And is it also y'all's belief, y'all being the sheriff's office and you being the detective, that this is their trip to Laredo?
Yes.
And that Travis is driving them, right?
Yes.
And then we see at 3:44, where are they?
3:44, they're in Del Mar, in Laredo.
And then about 2 hours later at 5:57, where is Travis's vehicle?
Freer, Texas.
And then we see it come back to that same Louise we saw earlier.
Yes.
And by what time, and this is all on the morning of the 8th, correct?
Yes.
So by the morning of the 8th, is Travis back for the most part in town?
Yes.
And from your investigation, did Tara and Uriah return with Travis from Laredo?
No.
Once you determined that Travis had taken them to Laredo, what were you able to determine about Tara and Uriah's timeline from there?
They had left with Travis and they were in Laredo at that time.
And what sort of
without them.
Thank you. And what sort of steps were y'all able to take, or were you able to take once you knew that they were in Laredo?
We contacted the agency. We contacted the U.S. Marshals and DPS task force.
And what sort of things were those agencies able to do?
They located them on the 9th.
And the 9th would have been what day of the week?
I believe it was
a Sunday.
Do you know where it was that they located them?
They located them in front of a store, but prior to that, they had found them at the Motel 6 on video surveillance.
Once they were located, what was your next step?
So once they were arrested and transported to Webb County Sheriff's Office, I went to Laredo with 3 other detectives.
And what was the purpose of going to Laredo?
I needed to retrieve their property, and also I wanted to speak to them.
Now, when you arrived to Laredo, did you have the opportunity to speak to either Tara or Uriah?
Yes.
Which one?
Well,
and without telling me what anybody said, how did both of them seem? What was their demeanor?
they were, Tara, she wanted to talk to me. She seemed, she really didn't have an expression, honestly. She wasn't happy, she wasn't sad. She wanted to know where Uriah was. And that's the only question she really asked me, is where is Uriah?
And what was Uriah's demeanor?
He was quiet. He didn't want to talk to me.
Did he have any sort of emotions, or was he similar to Tara and just kind of straight-faced?
Straight face, just very quiet.
After you arrived at Laredo, did you also collect their property?
Yes, I was told that there was a phone call made, and when I asked for the property, they asked me to come back the following day.
And did you do that?
Yes.
After collecting the property and the phone calls, what did you do next?
So I collected their property, then I went to DPS, and I met with John Miller to collect their additional property.
And what kind of property was it that you collected from Special Agent Miller?
It was the property they were found with. There were guns, clothing, things like that.
Once you had collected all of those items, what was the next thing that occurred in your investigation?
Can I refer to my notes?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I returned to the Galveston County Sheriff's Office to submit all those evidence, all those items that I just mentioned.
And were there any other types of warrants that you drafted or helped draft regarding Tara and Uriah?
Yes, on that Saturday prior to leaving to Laredo, I did.
What did you draft?
Credit card and debit card abuse on both Uriah and Tara, and then capital murder by way of robbery.
And were there any search warrants that you also helped draft or produce?
Yes, the original search warrant at the house, and also I assisted with the Instagram search warrants and subpoenas.
And did you also assist with DNA search warrants?
I did, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as states 487 and 488. Do you recognize these documents?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
I wrote them.
And do they appear to have been altered in any way other than the state sticker that's on them?
No.
Your Honor, state moves to admit states 487 and 488.
No objection.
487 and 488 will be admitted.
Detective Hudson, what are those search warrants for?
Their DNA, a sample of Uriah and Tara's DNA,
Now, do you see the individual that you know as Uriah in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please identify him by where he's seated and an item of clothing?
To the left of me with a gray shirt. Greenish.
A greenish shirt?
Yeah. Gray.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant.
Record so reflect.
Once you returned back from Laredo, what further steps, or I guess let me put it this way, once they've been apprehended, does that mean your investigation ends?
No.
Why not?
We continue looking for leads and evidence, gathering evidence.
What other sort of leads or evidence gathering did you do after they were apprehended in Laredo?
I was contacted by Sergeant Fowler.
And what was Sergeant Fowler, without telling you what he said, what was it you did in response to Sergeant Fowler calling you?
I responded to a traffic stop that he was on.
And who was that traffic stop of?
Travis Hodge.
And did you meet with Travis Hodge?
Yes.
Did Travis Hodge agree to speak to you?
Yes.
And after meeting with Travis Hodge, again without telling me anything that he stated, what did you do?
There were some
keys found in his vehicle that were given to Detective Bernard. He signed a consent to search form and allowed us to search his storage facility, Unit 191.
And upon searching that facility, do you know what was located?
Yes.
What was located?
2 guns and some ammunition, some magazines.
And when you once you receive those guns, what do you do, or what does your agency do with all of the property that is obtained and evidence that you collect throughout a case?
Depending on what it is, it's sent to DPS lab to be tested.
How do you determine what gets sent to the DPS lab?
So we had a meeting to discuss that. DPS limits the amount of items that are sent to the labs. So we decided to send the guns, the projectile found in Tammy's body, a shell casing found in the bedroom, and items that appear to be blood.
Now, as the lead detective, do you receive all of the lab reports that come from DPS?
Yes.
And do you use those in making a determination as far as your case investigation?
Yes.
What information, if any, were you able to determine from the lab reports regarding the firearms and the ballistics?
So the projectile found in Tammy's body was consistent with the shell casing found in her bedroom, and both items were consistent to belong to the firearm found in the storage unit, the AR-556.
And with the safe that we spoke about earlier,
I'm going to stop you right there. It is 5, and I try to be consistent and let you all leave at the regular time. But tomorrow morning, I have a docket that I must tend to, so we're going to start at 10. So you'll be able to beat some of the traffic by staying in. And we will have delicious coffee for you again.
All right.
See you tomorrow morning.